Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you, and it really breaks my heart. But their lies are off the charts, and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life. I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead, but you must not be weak. Just open your eyes and see they always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth, and it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must fight. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we won't. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. Actually, we got to fix this camera situation. Let's see here. Bear with me, chat. Showed me not at the camera for a second. Oh my God. Something always goes wrong, huh? But yes, ninjas, welcome to the stream. I don't know why the camera's acting crazy. You guys can hear me, right? Give me O/ if you guys can hear me. I will figure out this camera situation here in a second. Oh, I think I know what it might be. Bear with me, chat. All right. Yeah, we got fresh in the house. I know it's a black screen, right? Hold on, guys. Okay, now we're on. Sorry about that. I accidentally unplugged of one of my the mixer, the video switcher USB. Sorry about that. But what's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We are live.
Falcon Punch
at 2 o'clock in the morning, giving you guys a very late debrief, by the way. Obviously, lots of stuff going on. Lots and lots and lots of stuff going on. So, let's see here. We are going to be covering the conflict. Right now, Sulaiman has been doing a space for quite a bit of time, covering this situation. They already 4,000 plus people in there. As you guys know, I was out there, out on these streets, debating these Zios, making them look crazy. They don't even know that their country has a nuclear weapon. Man, people are stupid. But, that's what I'm here for, guys, to help educate. As you guys know, quick announcement before we get into the show. Guys, the OSS is live, okay? It is officially live. And honestly, guys, when it comes to, the OSS, aka the O/Squad, the real G's know what that means. This is how I'm going to be able to stay independent. As you guys know, this YouTube channel, slash this stream, this channel, Myron Gaines X, etc. This type of content, my political content, cultural commentary, etc. We've grown quite a bit. We started off roughly 6 months ago in December of 2024 with around 186,000 subscribers. Now we are sitting at somewhere, I don't even know what we're at now. We're like at 270 something, I think, right? And as we continue to expand the channel and grow, we're at 274. Wow, we're going faster than I even thought. As we continue to grow and, cover more topics and get into stuff and travel, right? Because obviously this channel is not just political, but it's also true crime, cultural commentary. We cover a bunch of stuff that everyone else, quite frankly, is too scared to talk about on this channel. But it's not cheap to run, obviously, right? It cost me somewhere between 10 to 20K easily a month to run this channel. So I was like, okay, I've been putting, footing the bill for the past couple of years. I've started the channel 2021. I've been paying it myself, for a while now. And I'm like, okay, now if we're going to expand and go to another thing and bring up operations, we're going to definitely need to, start generating some rev for the channel. Because you guys know, this channel is demonetized. YouTube is fucking lame. And what they basically do is, when they demonetize one of your channels, they demonetize all your channels. That's how YouTube plays the game, unfortunately. So they don't just demonetize the channel, they demonetize the creator. So, basically for me to be able to keep doing what I'm doing and keep doing this stuff, because as you guys know, we go pretty hard. You guys, I think all of you guys have seen me, doing these streams. I go Monday to Friday. The only day I really take off is Saturday. And even then I'd be going hard, streaming, somewhere between, on a low day, 3 to 4 hours, but most of the time, 7 to 8 to 10 hours, right? We did it like a 10-hour stream the other day or yesterday. So the only thing, guys, is, if you really want to rock with the mission, obviously, right, there's many ways to support the channel. You got, you can gift a sub on Kick. You can Rumble Rant in on Rumble. You can go MyronGainesX.com and support Super Chat that way, since YouTube took it. And, because I don't get AdSense revenue or whatever. So guys like you are what support the channel and support the mission. I know you guys really enjoy this type of content. Obviously, telling the truth, especially when it comes to them boys, has come with cost. That's exactly why, YouTube demonetized me, was because of my criticism of Israel and talking about the fifth column in the United States. So obviously, we use different wording, and obviously this is before October 7th. So, if you were talking about this stuff before October 7th, it was just a, given that you were going to get banned. So the best way by far to support, guys, okay, the best way is to join the OSS, okay? I only had it open for Cast Club members, but now, if you guys want to join in, I'm opening it up for everybody. Discount is there, top of the description. It's $55 for the year, or $4 for the first month, and then $10 after that. I'm keeping the cost low. I'd rather have 10,000 strong members in there with a lower cost than have 1,000 try to charge a higher price point. I want all you guys in there. We're gonna obviously be doing. So what you'll get is when I do the debrief, I'm gonna do call-in portions of the show, right? I have like a Bluetooth thing set up here, so we're gonna run call-in parts of the show where debrief members can call in. Obviously, you're able to post in the debrief when I do meetups, right? If I go to New York City for the Diddy case, I'm going to do an OSS meetup there, completely free of charge. We're going to do one free meetup in Miami on 4/20 for obvious reasons, and it doesn't have to do a pot. And then also, anytime I go to any major city, I'll let you guys know. So that's really the best way that you guys can support right now. Keep me independent. Keep me where I don't need fucking YouTube. We could tell YouTube, fuck you. Because honestly, at this point, I'm really frustrated with them. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. That's kind of where we're at now. So that's how I'll be able to maintain the independence. Obviously, Castle Club is for Fresh and Fit, right? A whole completely different operation. And then the OSS is my solo thing. Okay, that is my solo thing, the OSS. So that is what keeps the political and cultural stuff that you guys get every day going. And then also for the travel, you guys want me to travel for the Diddy case, Karen Reed, etc. That is how I do it. So yeah, man, that's really what it is. It's live. You guys got the code is down there below. Join oss.locals.com or join oss.us, I think is the other link that works. And yeah, dude, that is literally how we're able to say fuck you to YouTube, because at this point, man, like these guys are pissing me off. I think at this point it's just like very obvious that like they just there's a bias. Well, it's not just a bias. I know for a fact that they have a problem with me personally, but that's a whole other conversation. So that's what it is. And then obviously I'm on Rumble. Shout out to Rumble. I love Rumble. Rumble Council Club. Obviously the OSS is a part of Locals, which is the Rumble infrastructure. They actually stand for free speech, unlike these other fucking cucks. So yeah, man, that's kind of what it is. Hate to fucking start off the show that way. But that's kind of what it is. The goal is at 10,000 members. If we had 10,000 members, paying $10 a month, I will be able to truly give a middle finger to everyone. We will be able to travel the country. We'll be able to set up tables in like some of these places. I'd love to go to Portland and set up a table and say liberals are idiots, right? But you know, obviously bringing a cameraman, bringing all the equipment and stuff, etc. Very expensive, guys. So I'm definitely down to do this, like really expand here, because I'll be honest with y'all, bro. Like, the thing about these other conservatives, like they're not willing to have these difficult conversations on certain topics. Also, I'm willing to call out fuckery, right? Like I will make fun of them boys. I will make fun of the blacks. I will make fun of the Muslims. I'll make fun of the Indians. I'll make fun of the whites. I'll make fun of everybody. So, I'm just willing to have the tough conversations that other people simply won't do. And, you know, I'd be happy to expand and go to other places. And that's what will help. So yeah, guys, that's kind of what it is. You know, link is there. Join oss.locals.com or join oss.us. Yeah, that's the mission, man. But anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this Twitter space here and start talking about politics. I'll read some chats before we go in there. Let's see here. Let me make sure. Shout out to It's Drips with the 25 gifted. Thank you so much, bro. And shout out to Tom Jones with the gifted sub as well. And I'm gonna find a way, guys, I'm gonna find a way to do this, but I'm gonna find a way so every time you guys sub on Kick, we'll show the thing. And shout out to Kick, man. They've been really nice. I've been talking with their team behind the scenes. They're pretty transparent, unlike fucking bitch ass Twitch, who just bans you and doesn't tell you shit. So yeah, and if you guys want to go ahead and see some of these funny emojis, I see you guys are seeing like a lot of these emojis that are coming up on screen right now. These emotes on Kick, they are for subscribers. Also, they're on Rumble as well for subscribers. So if you're a subscriber, go ahead, jump on there and you know, have a good time, man. You enjoy the emotes. We got JMR says, "Yo, Myron, the quality of the street show fucking sucked. What happened? Mossad interference." Look, I know Mo and Bills told me that there was some issues with it. We're gonna fix it. They're talking about they want to re-upload it. I'll probably re-upload a better version on Council Club and on. You know what? Hold on, bro. Let me just tell these niggas right now. Oh, okay. Boom. So yeah, they gave me. He Dropboxed me one. Okay. Hey, let's re-upload this to Castle Club and OSS. All right, I just told Bills. So yeah, I don't know what happened, but we'll fix it for the next one. Elmo for sitting on top of the internet cable. W late night stream. Drip season 999, $4. Appreciate that. Oh, I think you just joined the OSS. Shout out to you, bro. Everyone that joins the OSS, welcome, guys. Welcome. Yeah, there's a discount code, guys. You can literally get into OSS right now for $4. Use promo code. What is it? I think it's DemBoys911. Let me double check here and make sure the code works and shit. Oh, I think you just joined the OSS. Oh, and shout out to my guy. Everyone that joined. What the fuck? Okay, and shout out to my guy TPC Films, by the way, guys. He you know, came in and, you know, fixed some stuff up as well. So shout out to him. Yeah, so you got the monthly discount, right? And then you got the annual discount. There's two different versions. Okay. So if you guys go ahead, here's the emblem and shit. Shout out to my guy Brett for doing this. If you guys go ahead and you put in the code, and this is the link right here. ThemBoys911, okay? ThemBoys911, you bring it down to $4, so you can join in for $4. Or you can go ahead and do JFK911, and you'll be able to get in for $55 for the year, and you're taken care of. So obviously, the annual is the best deal by fucking far. You basically get like 6 months for free. But if you just, you know, you don't want to have $55 right now, you want to support, $4 is the way to do it. So yeah. So these are the different links that you guys can use. So ThemBoys911 is the code, all caps, Or, I see you guys are laughing and shit. I know, it's funny as fuck, isn't it? Hey, man, creativity, baby. Yeah, Dem Boys 9/11 or JFK 9/11 for the annual. All right? And I'll drop the link in here for you guys. I'll drop the monthly one because this one is the cheaper one. So I'll drop it here for you guys. There is the link if you guys want to sign up for all my Castle Club ninjas. Here you guys go. Get in at a cheap price. And, you know, that's how you support the mission. This is by far the best way because they can't shut me down if I got my own shit on locals. You know what I'm saying? They can't shut me down. All right. Let's see here. Finish reading these chats and we'll get into this Twitter space. We got, so yeah, drip season. Welcome to the OSS, my friend. The Straight Lace says, hey, Myron, since we all have these new people, you should tell them about the Discord. Yeah, I don't have a Discord for OSS yet, but we do have a free Discord I think we're working on right now. I don't know the latest with it. I know Noble is working on it. Let's see what else we got here. We got, Gaz, I read this and couldn't agree more. What do you think, bro? A person raised off love and person raised off survival sees the world differently. One is used to expecting kindness and warmth from people, while the other is always prepared for betrayal and struggle. Our views... one views the world as a loving place, others sees it as a war zone where every move is a fight to live. Yeah, I mean, you know, where you are in life absolutely dictates how you view things. So for sure. Biggie says, OSS for the when? I'm confused by your question, Biggie. I'm confused by your question. And then we got here Raj Singh with the $100. Thank you so much, Raj. I wish you would have just used that to join the OSS, my friend. Just join the OSS, man. To save your money, join the OSS. That's the best way to support. I appreciate the love though, the $100 on Castle Club. Really appreciate that. But if you guys want to support me directly, and I'm gonna be doing these streams, guys, on OSS only soon. I'm gonna be trading because I'm trying to separate Fresh and Frit and the debrief. Obviously, two completely different shows. So you know, I am gonna be separating the two here soon. But I don't want to. I know some of you guys like to watch on Castle Club, so I don't want to do that yet. You know, I'm gonna slowly ease off. I'm not gonna just, oh yeah, sorry guys, just switching off. Fuck y'all. Like, nah, man. So we got Top Shoutout says, what's good, Myron? I've been away for a while since being deployed. Is there still CC Premium Telegram chat because I lost access to it? Yes, there is. There is. Unforgiven. Hey, quick question. Do you think China will start moving towards taking Taiwan? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that's definitely on their horizon. That's what they're trying to do. Absolutely, bro. China definitely wants Taiwan. So, yeah, Raj Singh, thank you so much. Kane Nuella says, Myron, you going to stick around this week or go to NY? Better if you stay, to be honest. I don't know. I think I'm going to stick around right now, as of right now. I kind of do want to go, though. But yeah, and also the other benefit you guys get as well is, like, obviously when I have thresholds for, like, how much the donation is supposed to be to read the chat, if you're a member of the debrief or of Castle Club, I always read your chat. So you guys always, you end up saving money in the long term because you're able to get your chats read at a way lower price point, right? And for OSS, it's $10 a month, bro. Cheap as hell. You get in for $4. Lemothy says, if the U.S. were to declare war on Iran, do you think there would be a sense of uprising in the U.S. and other NATO countries that are at war with Iran and BRIC members? Yeah, I mean, our allies would come to help us, of course. The UK and shit. Pete Rabbi, Myron, why don't you talk about how 90% of the Iranian people want the Islamist regime gone? We don't support them. They ruined our country. Iran was like Dubai back then under the leadership of the Shah. No, that is not true, Pete Tarabi. I've spoken with several Iranians that actually live there. And most of them actually are standing behind the regime because to them, they look at Israel as the enemy. Yes, some of them might disagree with the Ayatollah. Some of them don't like the theocracy. You're 100% right about that. But the reality is they're being attacked by Israel, and Israel is their enemy. So congratulations. Basically, the Israelis in the United States have united the Iranians who have been pretty angry about the Ayatollah's, economic situation. As you guys know, they have crippling sanctions. They've had crippling sanctions for a very long time. And literally this attack on Iran, especially since Israel initiated it, has actually united the people. I've been in Twitter spaces talking to Iranians from all over the place. And bro, they are absolutely standing behind the Ayatollah, bro. So you're probably sending me that message as an American Iranian. But yes, the Iranians that are actually there, bro, no. They are absolutely behind Khamenei and the regime. And look, like, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people dislike them, but Israel just united them, bro. Debrief only on the OSS soon? Yeah, Elo. Yeah, debrief is going to be on the OSS soon, only. So, you know, obviously I'm going to do the transition slow. I'll probably do it. Maybe I'll roll it out July 1st. So don't worry. For the month of June, we're good. But yeah, you know, it's going to be there because, like I said before, I want to take this channel to the next level. And honestly, I'm going to operate as if YouTube is never going to remonetize me. And we need that autonomy, baby. So we'll still stream on YouTube. Don't worry. I know a lot of you guys love fucking YouTube because, you know, you have the app. It's easy. Cool. No worries. We'll still be on YouTube. But the reality is we need to be able to be independent of YouTube. And the OSS is going to allow that alongside Kick and Rumble. You know, if we have that trifecta working together, OSS, Kick, Rumble, all together, we can keep going and doing the mission despite being demonetized for damn near 2 years now. Nobody else will be able to last this long, bro. These other YouTube niggas, bro, you take their monetization away, cooked. But
Internet, it's
we're real
arresting
niggas over here.
citizens. They're not allowed.
So, guys, we are in the Twitter space right now. They've been running this space for damn near like 48 hours now on what's going on. So there's been a bunch of updates. I'm going to jump in here and see kind of what's the latest with them. And yeah. Let's see.
Good for them to feel what others have been feeling all this time. I know some people are a bit fetish and saying, no, we don't want to see people dying or this or that, but no.
Biggie says, when you do the street interviews next, you should ask them what would be a good question asked for the next week. It would be funny to hear what dumb shit they say.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to welcome back Myron. Myron, welcome back to the space, bro.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Sorry it took me a while to come on. I just had to set up the stream and everything. I got some equipment I had to fix and everything else like that, man. But happy to be here. I was, you know, out on the streets of Miami, debating, you know, what's going on with the immigration protests, and I also, given the events that happened, right? I didn't know that, you know, obviously the conflict occurred right within the last 24 hours. So we made another sign that said, Israel's not our greatest ally. Changed my mind. So we were out there, and you know, a couple of Zionists came up because where I actually film here in Brickell, there's a temple right next to it. So a bunch of Israelis came on over. Some were heckling me from the side, and others wanted to have a discussion, right? They didn't want to get on the mic, though, because apparently that's against the religion, which, you know, obviously I observe that out of respect. I do think respecting other people's religions is incredibly important. You know, and one of the guys was actually fairly sensible, and even one of the guys that before tried to start problems was fairly sensible. One of the things they asked was, you know, how should have Israel responded to October 7th? And I kind of, you know, it was a good question because, you know, this is something that gets asked all the time. How should have Israel responded to October 7th? And let me kind of give you guys what I told them on the air, which is, you know, Israel has a really good intelligence program, right, between Shin Bet, Mossad, Oman, Unit 8200. They have an intelligence community that rivals that of the United States. And for them to be doing these airstrikes, these indiscriminate airstrikes, killing all these innocent people, quite frankly, is unacceptable when they have the technology and the infrastructure to do targeted attacks like we saw yesterday. I mean, these guys shot missiles in and were able to eliminate generals with absolute precision. So when they come in and say, oh, well, we have a right to defend ourselves and we can go ahead and, you know, we want to get rid of Hamas. Okay, cool. Why don't you go ahead and exercise the same level of precision that you executed on the Iranians on the leaders of Hamas? You guys killed Ismail Haniyeh in Iran, which is significantly harder than getting him in Gaza. So you guys have the capability of doing this stuff. So I'm not going to accept it when they say, oh, we have a right to defend ourselves and we have to, you know, they're hiding amongst their own people. Well, guess what? It's funny because Iran attacked a bunch of strategic points for Israel in Tel Aviv today, and guess what? Where all the military buildings are at? They're all in densely populated areas. So Israel does the same exact bullshit it gets angry at other people for doing, having their military hide amongst the civilians. So with that said, I was telling them, you know, yes, would have the campaign taken longer? Yes. Would have it been difficult to eliminate members or key members of Hamas doing that? Yes. But, you know, basically what Israel did was they took the easy way out. Oh, let's just go ahead and topple Gaza, not give a shit about who we kill in the process and just eliminate Hamas this way. But what they didn't realize was their propaganda, their control of the media, their support from the United States and their support from the international community has significantly diminished because of this campaign out in Gaza. And I don't think they anticipated this because they've been getting quite a bit of fallout for doing this. So, you know, they took the easy way out and now they're dealing with the consequences. But if they had simply just, because everyone was on Israel's side on October 7th, they're like, oh my God, they killed a bunch of people, blah, blah. So like, if they had simply just executed military operations, clandestine operations, and, you know, went for specific people and did it surgically like they can fucking do, they would be in a much better position. And when I'm giving you guys this explanation, I'm speaking from the perspective as if I was an Israeli government official with 2020 hindsight, what I would have done given where they are now. Now, obviously, you know, this goes way back before October 7th, right? We all know that this war didn't start on October 7th. So hold on one sec, woman. Hold on. Hold on, woman.
Sorry about that, Myron.
Yo, holy shit, bro. It's incredible. It's like women can't shut up when I'm speaking. Like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. Anyway, so yeah, when it comes to the whole situation here, I'm speaking from the perspective of if I was an Israeli. But we all know, obviously, because Zionists love to say, oh, well, we were attacked on October 7th. Well, this conflict occurred way before fucking October 7th, right? This occurred once you guys started illegally occupying Palestinian land. But again, me operating from the hindsight perspective of what should Israel have done after October 7th, they should have, you know, relied on their intelligence agencies and done precision strikes and mitigated all the senseless death of the innocent Palestinians that they've conducted. And now their reputation is cooked, right? I don't really see a scenario here where Netanyahu isn't going to end up in jail at some point. The ICC wants him. He can't even go to Poland. They had their, I think, 80th anniversary, if I'm not mistaken, at Auschwitz, and he couldn't even go to Poland because they would have arrested him, and he's Polish. So, you know, Israel here is just not in a good place from a diplomatic and geopolitical standpoint when it comes to the international community. And, you know, the United States can only run cover for them so long. And now they're getting hit back. You know, Iran has done a significant amount of damage to Israel, despite the fact that the media is trying to downplay it. They basically bombed their equivalent of the fucking Pentagon, which is insane. They've proven that the Iron Dome cannot stop them. They've hit them with hypersonic missiles, and they're starting to feel the fury of Israel's ballistic missile program. So we'll see what happens here. But yeah, man, that's kind of my gist and my thoughts right now at the moment.
Iran's ballistic program, you said.
Yeah, Iran's ballistic missile. I'm sorry, did I say Israel? I meant Iran's ballistic missile program. Oh, and another funny thing, a bunch of Israelis came up to me and said, well, Iran can't have nuclear weapons. And I was like, well, Israel has nuclear weapons. And they're like, no, they don't. And I was like, what? Dude, a couple of Zionists came up and literally said that they don't have nuclear weapons. One dumb bitch actually said that ChatGPT asked it, and they don't have nuclear weapons. And I said, are you fucking insane? Like, dude, Mordecai Vanunu exposed this back in like the 80s, that they have not only a nuclear program, but a pretty fucking sophisticated one at that. Okay? And they put his ass in jail. They kidnapped him in fucking Italy. He thought he was going to get some pussy, right? Next thing you know, he gets kidnapped by a bunch of fucking dreidel spinners, and they take his ass back to Israel. Cooked, you know? So I was like, are you guys fucking dumb? So, you know, I had a couple of them came up to me and had no idea about this nuclear program. And I was telling them, like, I find it absolutely ludicrous that Israel is trying to sit there and tell Iran that they can't have a civilian nuclear energy program that's completely legal, that many other countries also have, while they simultaneously have an illegal nuclear weapons program that they stole from us. It's like peak irony. So, you know, it was amazing to me how so many people, even Israelis, are not aware of the fact that their country has nuclear capabilities, man. So that was something that was also really eye-opening to me. You know, sometimes, you know, I tend to forget, right? I'm on Twitter and I'm talking with you guys. A lot of you guys are geopolitically versed to a degree, so I don't have to go over basic shit. But then now that I'm out here talking to regular people, hell, some of them even being Israelis, it's incredible how stupid they are, and now they don't understand or know that, number one, Israel has nuclear weapons. Number two, it's an illegal nuclear weapons program. And then number three, they're trying to tell Iran that they can't have a legal nuclear program. And quite frankly, I think Iran has the right to have that nuclear program, not just from a lawful perspective, but also from a strategic perspective. I mean, we've seen what happens when you remove your nuclear program. Look at Gaddafi. They ended up killing him in the streets and sodomizing him, right? Like, does Iran want that to happen to them? They saw what happened with Saddam Hussein. So, giving up your ability to defend yourself, against the Israelis is a death sentence, and they just simply were not going to give up their ability to enrich uranium. So anyway, but I've been yapping here for a bit, so I'll turn it to somebody else.
Yeah, and that's it, man. Sorry, Casey, go ahead, jump in.
No, Professor, jump in, please.
No, I was just going to say one thing to add to Myron's points. Myron, one thing we saw in these videos when the ballistic missiles were hitting, we were seeing the interceptor missiles from Israel being launched from Tel Aviv, like within the cities, densely populated city, obviously. And so, again, they're putting their military targets behind their human shields or civilians. And so, these are legitimate targets. So, there were casualties in Israel. And they're going to have to blame them on Israel. Why would you put your military targets in the heart of Tel Aviv, in the heart of your major cities?
Yeah, I mean, I think Benjamin Netanyahu has actually caused more problems for Jews across the world than helped. You talk about, putting yourself in a really bad situation. Israel has the right to defend itself, blah, blah, blah. Well, there's a right and a wrong way to go about things. And, he has absolutely made the state of Israel have a terrible reputation in the international community. And the thing is, he's fine. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He has his own protection detail. He moves around like a prime minister. He's okay. But what about all the Israelis out there that are dealing with the backlash of the bad moves of their government, right? So, and I want to be clear about this too. There's a lot of Jews out there that are actually against what Israel's doing here. So, but unfortunately, now they're bearing the cost of what Netanyahu has done, right? He's kind of ruined the reputation for a lot of people. So, it's a problem, man. It's a huge problem, and a lot of Israelis are dealing with the consequences of their government just being bloodthirsty and stupid. And this comes back to Netanyahu being absolutely obsessed with, number one, remaining in power, because we know that he was in the middle of a criminal trial, or a criminal case when October 7 popped off. And then this also comes back to his insane want to create this Greater Israel project. Many people thought it was a troll. He was kidding around. There's no way he's really trying to do this, but no, he absolutely is, and he's going to stop at nothing to get this thing going, man. So we'll see what happens. I think at this point, Iran's in a do or die situation. If they don't, they're going to have to basically do what Hezbollah did. And for Hezbollah, right, and I kind of explained this on thing too, but I'll kind of go through it quickly with you guys. What Hezbollah was effectively able to do was they were able to kind of stop Israel's, ground assault on southern Lebanon, right? I remember me and Sulaiman talked about this. They claimed that they were going to make it all the way to Beirut. They're going to march all the way up there. Hell, they couldn't even make it to the fucking Litani River, right? And Israel agreed to a ceasefire at the end of 2024, right? Sometime in the fall or winter of 2024. I don't remember exactly when. But the only time Israel's ever going to sign a ceasefire or agree to a ceasefire is if they can no longer sustain casualties. We know that if they're the ones winning, they're not going to go ahead and agree to a ceasefire. So, though Hezbollah was weakened from the Patriot attack, etc., they definitely caused damage to the IDF as well, because the IDF is not necessarily a ground military, right? They rely a lot on their technology and their intelligence services to do a lot of the work for them. So in this case, they ended up having to do the ceasefire. And I use that as an example where Israel, if they start taking on too many casualties, they don't have the ability to sustain that long term like the Russians. So what Iran's going to have to do is they're going to have to make it so painful for Israel to continue their bombing campaign that they're going to have to just back off. And that's basically what Iran's going to have to do. They're going to have to hit. Basically what happened here is Israel sucker punched Iran, right? That, if we're going to simplify this, they sucker punched Iran. Iran needs to punch them back so fucking hard that Israel be terrified of punching them again and getting hit back again, if that makes sense. They need to disincentivize them from striking them. And I think when it comes to Iran, that's really the only language that Israelis are going to understand. They don't make peace until they have to. And, I think this is the first time that they've had a formidable somewhat opponent, because keep in mind that Israel's almost always had air superiority. They've always had numbers. They've always had superior technology. They've always fought, ragtag militias to a degree, whether it's Hamas or, the guys over in the West Bank. They fought the Hezbollah and they had to back off. So Iran's going to have to hit them hard to the point where it's going to be too painful for Israel to continue their campaign. And I think that's what they're trying to do here. I think they're trying to stop the bleeding is what I think, what I'm looking at it as. As Israel's been attacking them, they need to stop the bleeding. The only way they're going to stop the bleeding is by hitting them so hard that they can't hit them again.
Yeah, awesome. I agree 100%. Khaleesi, you wanted to jump in?
No, I was just going to say, thanks for the kind of like the summary you gave us of what happened when you were on the streets of Miami. Myron, you've been doing that for a while, I think, right? Because I've seen a couple of kind of clips of you kind of doing a Q&A with the public of Miami. Do you see a change in their attitude, in their narrative, in their perception of Israel from before to now?
Well, one guy did come up and was brought up JFK and the nuclear program, and he said that he found that out through me, which, you know, is good. I mean, you know, that is one person, but that one person can tell 5 people, then that person tells 10 people. So the information is getting out there slowly but surely. But I think the more I do it, the more people are going to wake up. I mean, hell, even, you know, so I could see even some of the Israelis out of the corner of my eyes were, you know, nodding along when I said that Mordecai Vanunu exposed the nuclear program years ago when one of these stupid people thought that they didn't have a nuclear program. So slowly but surely we're working towards educating people. I think the reason why so many Americans are completely unaware of this is 2 main things, right? Number one, Americans are stupid. Let's just be honest. I'll say this as American myself. I'm very honest with the fact that Americans just tend to be stupid, right? And the other reason too is that, you know, we have a very the world revolves around us mentality. So most Americans are not bothered with foreign policy or what's going on in the world a lot of the times. And the other thing I'll say is that to wrap it up, the other reason why people are completely inept on this topic is because quite frankly, it was been censored for so long, right? Prior to October 7th, if you criticized Israel or them boys or any of these or talked about any of these topics, that was probably one of the surest fire ways to destroy your social media career. You know, obviously, you know, I was talking about this before October 7th, and I paid the price. They demonetized me on YouTube for that, and I've lost millions of dollars, you know, in the process. But, you know, obviously there's other platforms. You know, you got your Rumble, Kick, etc. You can use YouTube just simply to market your stuff to other platforms. So there's ways around it. But you know, this has been a topic that's been extremely taboo and censored. And you know, if people are wondering why it's been so taboo, well, the person that used to run YouTube back then, from 2013 to roughly 2023, was a woman named Susan Wojcicki. And Susan Wojcicki is a Polish Zionist Jew. And one of the things that she, you know, prided herself on was, in her own words, she gave an interview a couple of years ago prior to her passing away. One of the things that she prides herself on was removing what she calls anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. So anyone that talked about this stuff prior to October 7th would be labeled as one of these people and would get banned off of YouTube. So we've only been able to really have this discussion over the past year or two. You know, even Meta had quite a bit of censorship when it comes to this topic. The woman that oversees the entire Palestine-Israel conflict moderation is a woman that used to work for Netanyahu. She used to be like a part of his chief of staff. So, like, you know, it's absolutely nuts how far the tentacles go when it comes to even big tech and social media in the United States. So I think that's another reason why so many people in America really don't know what the hell's going on. The censorship coupled with, you know, Americans' propensity to have the world revolves us mentality, and then just people here in general being very stupid. I'll be honest. Americans tend to be stupider than other people.
Thank you for that, Myron. And I just wanted to welcome Dan. Dan, how are you, man?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. I just came for a quick 5-minute update on kind of the situation. I was tuned in earlier today, and then I was working all day, and I'm just kind of trying to catch up. I saw you boys are still on. Myron, good to see you out here.
Hey, good to see you too, man.
Yeah, man. Just kind of wanted to get a quick update. If any, I mean, I'm sure you guys have the latest info. I know, obviously, Iran was striking Israel. I just didn't know really to what extent. I saw an F-35 had been taken down. Tel Aviv got hit, but yeah, just if anybody's got like a quick update.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Hussein, because I was actually going to ask if anyone could give me an update too, because I literally just got on the stream. I didn't even look at the news and what's going on. So please go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Nathan. Nathan has been keeping us up to date on this. Nathan, you want to give us a quick summary of everything that's happened so far? Nathan, you
Right.
there?
He might not be there. Let me just jump in really quickly. From what I know, so welcome, Dan, as well to you. Thanks for joining again. Is that there were five waves of strikes Iran unleashed on Israel. It went for military targets. It went for their military HQ, the equivalent of Pentagon. I think it was successful hitting there. And the reason why we know it was successful hitting there is because Fox News was interviewing somebody who was stood at the location when it was hit, and he confirmed it. There's not going to be, there is.
Guys, I'm going to read chats here in a second. So give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that we get all the info, and I'm going to read chats here in a second, guys.
Getting footage right online. Israel has now threatened anybody who puts footage out of what's happening in Israel online with arrest. And in fact, they did arrest several citizens, just normal civilians, for putting the footage out. So we're going to find it a lot less. I think, and I'm paraphrasing here because I was trying to follow it closely, but as Iran started hitting back on Israel, the Israeli strikes were not as strong. There were initial reports that Netanyahu, the night before this all started, had flown out on his presidential jet to Cyprus. And he had told people that if you go in the bunkers, make sure you've got enough food and water. It now turns out he's in a secret bunker/tunnel himself, hiding away near Jerusalem. So he's actually still in Israel. He hasn't gone abroad. And they are going to be planning a response. I know Trump said that he wants Iran to come back to the negotiating table for tomorrow, for Sunday. And like, you know what, let's just like kind of forget what happened. You know, it's unfortunate.
No way they're coming back.
Did it, and let's just go back to the negotiating table on Sunday. And Iran said, no, we're not doing that. You know, you're not going to do this to us again. So no more negotiation. So that's where we're at as a very high level recap. I hope that helps.
That was great, Khaleesi. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Just to add to Khaleesi as well, Dan and Myron.
Khaleesi is sharp on this, guys.
An Israeli naval commander that has also been assassinated in the Iranian strikes as well.
Okay, I was going to ask that. Thank you so much for that. How many Israeli officials have been assassinated? Because we got losers like Vivek Prowess, right? You know, saying, "Oh, they haven't killed any of our brass. This is a lie. The damage isn't that bad in Tel Aviv." I mean, he's probably in fucking India, not putting deodorant on. You know, I think the guy. I don't even think he lives in Israel, and as many other people say. But what's the numbers as far as like Israeli officials who have been assassinated by Iran? Are there any, or how many do we know?
The one confirmed one is the one I just mentioned, the Israeli naval commander.
Okay.
There were reports of the chief of staff. That one isn't confirmed as of yet, but that one that I just mentioned is definitely confirmed. There have been, I think, over 60 or 70 casualties as far as like civilians, quote unquote. But the only one confirmed that I recall was the Israeli naval commander. And
on the Israeli side, sorry. And
there's nothing that was actually confirmed. It's a two civilian death, a dozen injured. There's nothing that says any official have been killed or injured.
Wait, so is the Navy guy gone or no?
Nothing officially.
Yeah, that one has been hard to confirm.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
Just real quickly on that note, right? There's been no official confirmation, but there also hasn't been no denial as well. So
yeah, and we know who runs the media. So if you're in the West, it's going to be really hard to come by that information, right? So honestly, if there's anyone here that lives in Iran or it doesn't have media that's dominated by Zionist controlled media, we might be able to get the truth here. But yes, the Israelis are going to keep that, very close to their chest as far as like anyone that might have been killed or assassinated. But I know on the Iranian side, 3 generals and 1 nuclear scientist has been assassinated, or is it more? Anybody know?
Oh, no, absolutely more, Myron. Sorry, absolutely more. I mean, they went hard at the nuclear scientists. They went hard at the military brass as well in Iran.
Do we know how many?
The thing is, you'll find this has happened right the way through this. So with Hamas, Hezbollah, and with Iran, when high-profile people are assassinated, and you saw this happen with Hezbollah with the pager attacks, Israel came out very quickly and said, "Oh, we hit a target," and Iran waited Hezbollah waited. They waited a few hours. They wanted to make sure the family were informed and immediate relatives were informed, and the body was identified, and they had all the kind of confirmation that it was definitely that person. Especially when you've gone up in a bomb blast, it's not easy to identify somebody. And then so there would be a delay, maybe of even at most 10 hours or 12 hours, and then they would confirm. What happens with Israel is they never confirm. You'll find out like 2 years down the line that it actually was confirmed, but not right now. They won't. And if you post about it, you will get community noted. So people are saying it, but they will not confirm it. That's the thing.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So I guess we'll just stay tuned and see. Obviously they did the same thing with the war with Hezbollah. They kept casualty numbers very low in the conflict in Gaza. They've done a pretty good job of trying to conceal the casualty numbers. This is just kind of what it is with modern warfare nowadays, right? They don't want to go ahead and put out how many people have been killed. I noticed this has also been the trend with, the Russia-Ukraine conflict as well. So, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Myron, Dan, did you guys get the news on the fighter jet that was taken down?
Yeah, the F-35, right?
I didn't hear about that one. What happened there?
So it was reported that Iranian air defense took down the F-35, which was carrying a female pilot, which she ejected from, and I can't remember if it was confirmed that they captured her or not, but that jet was confirmed to have taken down by the Iranian air defense.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Yeah, that's a pretty expensive stealth jet, so that's no small feat. But yeah, it seemed like they were. Yeah, they were taking pretty heavy hits today. It was kind of nice to see. They were so fucking smug yesterday.
Yeah. So Netanyahu is in Israel.
Just so there's context, there is conflicting reports. They are denying it. Just so you know, they're saying it's a filthy lie from the Iranian regime. Just so you guys know.
That's pretty detailed to be a filthy lie, So I mean, yeah.
I did see pictures. Sorry to jump in. I don't know if it was on Telegram, because I'm in a lot of these Hebrew Telegrams. Is where I'm trying to get some videos, or if it was on X. But I did see a downed F-35. It was for sure an F-35. And I also was in a Hebrew Telegram where they were talking about our F-35s are taking off towards Iran this morning. And I posted on that and was like, fuck that. That's not your F-35s. Those are our F-35s. So they were leaving this morning America time before that news happened. So that kind of fits the timeline.
All right, so guys, let me read some of these chats here. We got /G says, shout out to Myron. You're like a big bro legend. Keep leading from the front. I have a question for you. Who would you say are the people that influenced and inspired you the most? My pops, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. Those are people. Pop and 7. Can we please do Monkey tonight, please? If not, go on Omi TV and set a Middle East. Please join. Please, if you come across a kid, all you have to do is skip. Please, Monkey, please. Don't join Sulaiman Space. There's black women in there talking. It's unbearable. Bro, this guy's been asking me to do Monkey for fucking days, bro. Bro, how about this? Join annual OSS, confirm it, and then I'll do it. How about that one? Join OSS, then I'll do it. The convo today with the evangelical Christian was refreshing. Fully calling out Charlie Kirk and his Jay licking ass. What do you truly think about Charlie Kirk? Look, I think Charlie Kirk is doing more good than bad. I think that he's bringing a significant amount of young men over to conservatism. I think he's doing, a good job of waking people up to the ills of liberalism. But, the only thing I really disagree with him on is Israel, dude, is really it. So, I think everyone has a purpose, but yeah, I just wish he wasn't such an Israel show. But, it is what it is. Turning Point USA is funded by them boys, right? So it is what it is. 19 Phoenix says, gifted 1 sub. Thank you so much. Arc Lightning with the big 50 fucking subs. Man, I appreciate that, my friend.
That they've got people working on the inside. Mossad has, for sure. So that's the list of my...
I'm going to give you another Don DeMarco Arc Lightning. Thank you so much. And the beauty is we're not going to get shut down like on fucking bitch-ass Twitch. So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, Arc Lightning. I got Tanya says dual poll, see if people want to join Monkey. Look, bro. If you guys want Monkey that bad, I'll tell you what. if we get, let's see, if we get 500 people, or sorry, yeah, because right now we're sitting at about 300. If we get 500 people into the OSS, I will make a monkey account. How about that one? Fair? So we need about 193. All right? Not that big a deal. If you guys join OSS, I'll go ahead and I'll make the monkey account, despite the fact that I don't want to fucking talk to kids. That's the real reason why I'm very reluctant to go down fucking monkey, bro. You know? Like, anything can happen on there, man. Ozzy says, Kim Jong Un, Ali Khamenei, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, the most alpha-based leaders of this generation. That's from Ozzy Oz. Okay. Iran is one of the few countries that keep their women completely dominated and don't allow no woke propaganda to influence the nation's culture. Runoff Diesel says, been watching for years, thought it'd be better, cough up, join OSS, cheers, cunt, you're a legend, Myron. Thank you, love from Australia. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Runs off Diesel. You are the man, bro. You are the man. Thank you so much for that, my friend. We are able to keep going because of supporters like you, my friend. So thank you so much for that. Shout out to Arc Lightning with the 50 gifted subs. I'm going to give you another P. Tarabai with a thing. Guys, reading 5 and up chats, man. 5 and up chats. Unless you're a member of OSS, then you can send in $1 and I'll read it. So 5 and up chats. If you're a member of OSS or Castle Club, I'll read your chat on air. Let's see here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody from Castle Club. Looking for a knife to buy for self-defense. What do you use, Myron? Get a Benchmade. Benchmade are pretty good. The Infidel, if you could buy it. Shout out to TPC Films. He says, thanks for the shout out, and it was an honor to meet you and an honor to work with Fresh again. But W Next Level video quality looks amazing, brother. Thank you for putting your trust in my expertise. Absolutely, guys. You guys see this quality, bro, that we got right now, man? Like, this is all TPC Films right here, man. Y'all see that right there, bro? Like, you know, the different angles. You guys can see it's a lot better, way more cinematic. Look at this angle. You guys can like see, like it looks like I'm on a fucking movie, man. And then obviously this angle over here that you guys always like to make fun of. So, yeah, shout out to TPC for helping me with this, you know, and bringing up the quality. Shout out to him for real. Castle Club member. Richie Jono says, hi, Israel and Iran. If either side hits each other with a nuclear weapon, what would happen? From the outside countries, it looks like them shooting missiles is fine, but when do other countries get involved? If they do, keep doing what you're doing. If it gets to nuclear warfare, yeah, people are going to interfere and want to get a ceasefire immediately. Myron spinning factual info. Most people ain't ready. I appreciate that, Kane. Aline says, how do America going to respond to Iran attacking? How is America going to respond to Iran attacking Israel? I don't think they will. They'll respond by giving assistance, but not by attacking. Brisky said, "Sand nigga." Okay. I appreciate you always working with when a bunch of us are giving something with value worth listening to. Appreciate that, Nava. Yep, cool. We're caught up on there. Yeah, shout out to TBC, man. He really helped out with the camera stuff, man. Thank you so much, dude, for coming on here. Albo Ace with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Albo. Thank you, Albo, man. Longtime supporter. Guys, if you want to donate subs, that's totally cool and all, but I'd rather you guys be in the OSS. So make sure you're in the OSS. If you want to donate subs, that's awesome. But I want you guys in the community so you guys can call on the show, be a part of the community, and, you know, seeing what's going on back there with the OSS. And also, I will be able to stream longer on the OSS. I, you know, talked to locals and we got that fixed. So no more streams that cut off after 3 hours, chat. No more. I'm going to be going hard as fuck. We're going to be streaming. I think, honestly, bro, I'm going to stream tonight and I'm going to stream again. And we're just going to make a push. We need 10,000 strong on OSS. I want to be able to tell YouTube to suck my nuts. Okay, chat? This is literally going to be the fuck YouTube push. Because these motherfuckers got me so angry, dude. Like, I can't even tell you guys half the shit behind the scenes with YouTube. But, yeah. But our thing is we're going to be completely independent, bro. We're going to be completely independent. We're going to take over anyway. All right? So that is the goal. We are taking over no matter what they say. But let's get back into this space.
It says the aggressors will be targets of our decisive and large-scale response. Military leadership confirms that the confrontation will not be limited to the restricted movements executed last night. Iranian strikes will continue and will be extremely painful for the aggressors and will make them regret their actions. Also, just real quickly, It says,
For those of you that are wondering, OSS is the O/squad. You guys see all those O slashes in the chat? Guys, I want to see a bunch of O slashes in the chat to let our boy Gothite know what OSS is. Yes, it's the O/chat, my friends. And if you join the OSS Army, we are the most based group of people on the internet by far. We don't accept the public narrative on a lot of things. We understand who controls the narrative, and we seek truth, man. That's honestly what it comes down to. So, yeah, you see that? You see that army right there? All those O slashes? So that is the O/, my friend. That is the O/. It's a fucking army, and I'm gonna build it up to 10,000 strong, so we can be completely fucking independent. No one can tell us shit, dude. And we'll be able to travel and do what we want to do I want to set up tables everywhere in the country, bro. I want to go to fucking Portland. I want to go to Seattle. I want to go to Austin. I want to go split this table and call out these fucking libtards, okay? So that's how we're going to do it. And then we're going to have OSS members all over the fucking country. So you guys pull up whenever I'm there, right? So, yeah. So we're building a movement here, chat. We are building a movement here. Let's get back to the thing.
And then we'll go to Not the droid.
I actually think Not had his hand up before me, so I'll go ahead and yield to him. Unless he's not
Yeah, I
there.
can't see hands. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's cool.
I just wanted to say real quick, in response to something Casey said earlier, actually, about kind of...
Okay, Myron's coming back now. Come on.
You want me to pause?
Okay,
Or
here he is.
I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah, Myron.
I had myself muted for a
Myron.
bit. Yeah.
I gotta tell the chat something. The pilot that got apparently that there's the one of the F-35 pilots that got taken. That was a female pilot.
Well, you know, I'm not surprised. Women suck at everything, so that makes sense. Man,
I thought I was like, oh no.
yeah, someone mentioned it earlier, but they're saying that it's not confirmed. But I mean, it is kind of, you know, that's a pretty big detail to say it was an F-35 jet and a female pilot. So more than likely, it's probably true. It's just that Israel doesn't want to seem, you know, like they're taking any casualties for obvious reasons. They don't have the same level of morale.
How do they let them? Like, how is the U.S. letting female pilots fly our planes? Sorry.
DEI, baby.
just real quickly, guys. So I got an update on an attack from last night. So the security assistant to the governor of Isfahan has said, we did not record any attacks on nuclear and military facilities last night. Now, again, this is not confirmed, but he's stating that they did not receive any attacks on the nuclear facilities or the military facilities last night.
Are you saying he's denying the Israeli attacks on those facilities?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. If you guys got nothing, let's go to the hands.
I'll just finish real quick. I was responding to something Casey was talking about earlier about how wild it is that people, still have this confusion over Trump's involvement, or to what degree he knew of it. He was a victim and all that sort of thing. And it just reminded me of this tweet he sent out earlier that I'll just summarize. I assume everybody saw it, but he basically said that he gave Iran a chance to make a deal, and he told them very strongly that they should make the deal, but they just wouldn't take it. And he told them they had 60 days, and if they didn't take it, then bad things would come. And the day of the attack was the 61st day. So, to me, he's not just admitting he knew about it, but that he was, he's basically taking ownership of it at that point, as far as I'm concerned. So,
just real quickly, so I just want to add this update in. This was reported from Fars News Agency. So they're stating that Iran says it plans to strike U.S. bases in the Middle East. So basically, they're putting it out there that they are planning to target U.S. bases.
And that's the part right there that always gets me worked up to the to no end. You know what I mean? Like, just to come back to it, like, even with Trump acting like he wasn't a part of planning this, right? And then the U.S. bases, bring our troops home. They should not be there. They are only in the Middle East for Israel. They are.
Shout out to TJ1775 with the gifted sub. Appreciate you so much. You gave us up to Gothite. Gothite, you now are a part of the OSS somewhat. Motion Man says OSS is $4 for 1 month. Only be more clear mind, more transparent. Shut the fuck up, bro. I said that earlier in the show, retard. I literally said that earlier in the show. This bitch ass nigga on the kick chat. How many times I gotta fucking repeat myself, retard? I've been said that.
This is the kind of traitorous type of behavior that's coming from these.
Got fucking retards in the kick chat say, oh, bro, people are bro, I've been told you it's only $10 a month at the most. It's $4 to get in. The year thing is $55. That's the best deal, but you get it for $4 and then $10 after that, bro. Holy shit, I did say that, man. Well, the nigga's name is Epstein the GOAT, so that tells me what it is with you, bro. Clearly.
In that Iran was actually doing something wrong.
That's you, bro. That's you, man.
To the public, look, guys, didn't have no choice. They just weren't going to make a deal with us. And he's trying to obfuscate from the fact that what they're actually doing is actually not legal or justified.
Also, I can only fit so much in the pinned message, bro. That's the other thing too, retard. Holy shit, man. I can only fit so much in the fucking pinned message, bro.
Or whatever. It's pawns in a game for them, right?
No, Morpheus, do not cash out. Just join the OSS, bro. That is the best way to support. Join the OSS. If you want to give the sub, you can do that too. Shout out to 19 Phoenix. Appreciate that. Albo Ace, TJ177, Arc Lightning. Shout out to all you guys. That's the best way to support, bro. Join the OSS.
October. Say what?
The picture, I think it's fake, but I don't know if the story itself is fake, but there's a picture going around that a lot of people have been using, an image of an F-35 on the ground, and it's got like the afterburner still burning or something like that. I believe is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that,
I'm looking.
Super Hobby, don't worry. You've been a long-time supporter. Just, even if the promo's gone, just let me know. You Castle Club guys, I'll run a little bit longer for you, ninjas.
I hear Russ saying this F-35 story is fake news and it was spread by folks in this space. Well, Russ, I hate to spoil your day, but Iran has just released footage of the wrecked Israeli fighter jet, and it is in the nest above. Please share it. Please retweet it so Russ gets to know that it was not fake news, and Russ has a really good day.
right. So if you don't mind me adding some context to that, because I actually just read something on that. So the pro-Israeli channels are claiming that that's not an Israeli jet. They're claiming that's an Iranian plane wreckage. I can't confirm it because the wreckage, as you can see, it's not easily identifiable. But they're claiming it's not one of theirs, but we'll have to wait and see.
Anyone in chat, a plane expert, can tell me? I don't know, chat. What do you guys think?
And we're giving you the receipts. And Israel saying, take our word for it. Trust us.
Trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Russ is going with trust me, bro. Every other sane person with a mind and a brain is going to go with Iran's receipts, because we've been there, we've done that. We've seen the 40 beheaded babies and the baked babies and the babies on the washing line and everything else. So yeah, we'll just go with Iran.
I'm sorry, please. Don't make me laugh at serious things. Babies on the washing line? Yeah.
Yeah. They tried to peddle that. Do you not remember?
Are you serious?
That was a real thing. Casey, that was a real thing. The Thanksgiving baby was a real thing.
Isaiah says, ignore them boys, bro. I paid the full thing a day before the promo and you deserve it. I appreciate that, Isaiah. I really do, man. TJ says, he says, TJ1175 is my kick user. I just couldn't use the same user as here. Okay, fair. We Persian King says, hi, Myron. I'm Iranian. I have a lot of interesting and important info to share on the X space. Please, can you accept my request on X? My user is Amir_truth. Okay. Let me, you're Iranian. Okay. Do you live in Iran though? Gurov says, just joined the OSS, been watching for a while. Felt like I owe my support for watching for free this long. Thank you so much, Gurov. I appreciate that, man. That is the best way to support, bro, by far, is the OSS. And that supports me, right? Like, I know some of you guys have your criticisms of Fresh. I don't know why, because I wouldn't be as successful as I am without Fresh. But yes, for all you niggas out there that say, I hate Fresh, bro. Cool, nigga. You could go to support me this way, and it goes to me. It doesn't go to Fresh, since a lot of you guys try to make jokes and shit like that. But I don't know why, because, guys, I would not be where I'm at right now if it were not for Fresh. Emac James says, W. Myron, I just joined OSS today, and I'm back, and I'm blacker than ever now. Yep, shout out to you, Emac. Let's see here. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of you guys.
So I was gonna tap in with him, but did you have something to say, Josie? Go ahead.
Yeah, the only quality video that I got here is 360, which is extremely hard to tell.
Yeah, Amir, do you live in Iran, though? That's the main thing I'm trying to figure out here. Send another chat. Let me know if you live in Iran.
Well, if it's a car or an airplane with that quality, like.
Yeah, and I think that there was I think
Tom Jones asked on Castle Club, Myron, Kick is pretty cool. Are you planning to stream here more often? Yeah, I'm going to be streaming on Kick every time. I will be streaming on Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. And then when I game, I'm definitely going to be streaming on Kick only when I game. And, you know, some streams I'll just cut everything off and go to Kick, or some streams I'll cut off everything and go to Rumble, depending on what the topic is. But yeah, Kick has good UI, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Fresh Dog, only monkey ass niggas want you on monkey. Don't fall for the pressure. Appreciate that, Fresh Dog. Looking for a knife to buy for self-defense. Oh yeah, I got that one before. Yeah, Benchmade makes good knives, bro. The Infidel, if you could get it. That's a good one.
All right, one sec. The attacks against Israel will continue and intensify, and American bases will be raised in the coming days in an extensive and decisive response to the United States, which Iran considers jointly responsible. So it sounds like they're not messing around here.
Yeah, I don't blame them, to be honest.
Didn't they mention something about taking the troops out of there in the past day or two?
taking the what out?
Yeah, there were
Just
reports they were
any
trying to
U.S. troops
evacuate.
that were out there.
I don't remember if it was the direct order for troops, but we do know it was for staff, and then there was another one for family members if they wanted to leave. I don't know if it had been upgraded. I'll have to double check on that one, but
I can tell you, Nathan, that it wasn't, because I would have ran across that and I would have actually been, you know, I would have felt a little like, all right, well, at least maybe they're trying to do. Absolutely not. They're definitely not going to remove troops. Matter of fact, I should look to see if they sent any more troops over there in the past few hours. Let me look to see.
Somebody's post said 40,000 troops are over there, and egging on a war is putting their lives at risk or something. I don't know.
There's 50K American troops in the region.
Yeah, that is true. Also, guys, I've got reports here that the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange is collapsing. Or it's declined by 3% as far as I can see, but the post says it's collapsing, but obviously they could be exaggerating.
One last quick question for you, Nathan, before we go to AK. Did they ever confirm whether or not the American embassy in Baghdad was hit?
No, we never got any confirmation on that. I believe they might have got intercepted. If they were attacked, it most likely would have got intercepted, because obviously there was a lot of interceptions over Iraq as well while the attacks were going on from Iran to Israel.
That's what's up. Go ahead, AK. Jump in.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, just on that point, like the bases that we have around Iran there's probably over a dozen of them right on the border pretty much. So when they made that statement of we're going to attack any bases of any country that defends Israel, I mean, I felt like that was directly talking to the United States, but also in a lesser extent, France and in the UK. And just to, Nathan's point earlier about Trump having to sell this, I think that's significant because nowhere in our history has there been less support for Israel than right now. And kind of jumping on Myron's point earlier about how a lot of even Israelis don't even know about the nuclear program, and probably a lot of Americans don't either. And I bet even some people in, lower levels of Congress who are out here shilling for Israel don't either. and they're sitting here saying Israel has a right to defend themselves, but they don't even have this context of basically the reverse 180 psyop that's being played on us about this whole nuclear program, which is being used as an excuse to do all this shit in the first place. So that being said, you know, without even that knowledge, as stupid as Americans are, totally agree with Myron, you know, totally ignorant out here, they're still waking up to this. And so the support for Israel is so low that Trump selling this, it's a task. And I think him, you know, I still believe he's fully supporting Israel. We're obviously, you know, shooting down rockets coming from Iran. You know, that girl had a good point. We're not pulling troops out. If that was the case, if Trump was legit in his, you know, if he was being genuine in his saying that, you know, we're not a part of this, he would be pulling troops out of the war zone, out of those bases. He's not really doing that. So I don't believe he's doing that. I think he's trying to play this, as you guys have been saying, as, you know, we have to make it so that Iran looks like they're doing something wrong so that we can come to save Israel. And that's the rhetoric we're seeing from all of these Congresses and senators, the script that has been put out. And every single one of them that comes out in support has definitely taken money from AIPAC. So there's this big separation between the people that represent Americans and the actual American sentiment. And these Americans aren't even awake to the truth. So, you know, I think that's, for me, I keep looking at Trump and like trying to figure out what card he's playing. And I don't even know if he really knows what's the best play here. And then I think about the military aspect, because I know a lot of people in service and a lot of vets out of service who are pretty much unanimously, from the ones I talk to, are like, yeah, fuck Israel, you know, excuse my language, but they know what's up too. So, you know, I think the farther this gets along, it's going to be interesting to see. And I think Trump's in a very precarious position, and we're at a very pivotal role where he's going to have to really show, you know, his true colors here, because I think that's been something that's been a question for a lot of us since he's been elected, is really how is he going to come, when it comes down to it, supporting Israel, which side is he really on? And he's being, you know, he's being put out in the right in the front right now to play his true card. So that's really all I had to add. I did also post in the pill about, it looked like about a few hours ago, Israel's still bombing Iran, like the Parchin base. They hit that back in October. It's part of like the nuclear complex. It's got like missile defense batteries and stuff. And I'm just pulling these videos off of these Hebrew telegrams that I feel like the Israelis that are taking videos, or people in Iran, like on the border, they're posting them to these telegrams. So some people are sourcing them on X from that. And so I'll try to post them as I get them. But as far as assassinations goes, I haven't heard anything or seen anything in any of these telegrams about.
All right, guys. So let's go ahead and make a pivot real quick. Let's go look at some mainstream news here. This comes out 3 hours ago. We'll go back into the Twitter space, but we'll switch it up a little bit here, cover some different stuff. Let me make sure I didn't miss any chats. Again, guys, if you want to get involved in the show, best way to support, obviously, join the OSS. Link is in the pinned and at the top of the description. You can get in for $4. Shout out to Meet the Pound. Shout out to you for subscribing to the OSS.
Welcome, punch!
/you, bro. Yeah, shout out to you for joining. You can join for $4 and support, and then it goes to $10 after that. Or you can go ahead and join for the year, $55. Whatever promo code you want to use, ThemBoys911 or JFK911. Get in there, and you know, I'll be running the sale for a little bit. Yeah. So let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Wise Project King Myron. I was born in Iran and lived there for many years. My parents fled the revolution. My uncle was the general of the entire Navy during the Iran-Iraq War. I have the ultimate truth about this conflict. All right, bro. Look, if I bring you up and you sound like a retard, I'm going to make fun of you. All right? Let me go ahead and tell them. What's your username here? Because a lot of you guys want to talk on Twitter Spaces, bro. And a lot of you guys, I'll be honest, man, really can't get to the point. Niggas just yap. So I'll bring you on. Let me, what's your username again? Let me see if I can find you here, man. Amir _truth. All right. Let me get in here real quick. Give me 1 sec.
To see Israel getting some of its own medicine, of course, and it's a beautiful day. But I wanna talk about something which is the fact that Iran, objectively speaking, and even I know many Shia in the country feel the same. I don't know about you, Hussein, personally, but I know that many Shia in the country feel the same, that Iran has been, until now at least, has been very disappointing in how they have been reacting to everything that's been going on.
Link for OSS, I'll drop it in the King chat right now. It's pinned at the top, but to join in for $4, there you go. That is the link, my friend. Promos, them boys 9/11, all caps.
Political charisma back from what they're doing. And now we gotta ask ourselves what's next. What next is Iran is the last man standing in the. We can say it like this: Iran is the last man standing, quote unquote, in the big axis that is opposing Israel's dominance and hegemony in the region. So they will do whatever it takes to try and take down the regime in Iran. They have taken down the Assad regime. They have weakened Hezbollah. They have weakened Hamas, and now they are trying to attack the head of the snake, so to speak. So I feel we can fear, or we can be worried if we can talk about what Israel is gonna try and do to take down the regime, or to make the U.S. more involved in the situation, because we can see that Trump hasn't been really able to step away from the situation too much. I don't know, too much. Too little sovereignty, or they have something on him, or black.
All right, Amir, I'll get you back in there. This guy's yapping, so I'm gonna just go right to the news, and I'll get you in to talk. Just have something to say, bro.
Israel is under attack from Iran after taking out their nuke sites and top military leaders. For what this means for the U.S. and our troops overseas in the Middle East, let's go right to Jennifer Griffin live from the Pentagon. Hey, Jennifer.
Hi, Greg. Well, U.S. officials who I've spoken to here at the Pentagon tell me that both U.S. Navy and U.S. Army assets were used to help track and shoot down incoming Iranian missiles. However, the U.S. does not want to appear to be involved in this direct conflict between Israel and Iran. The president would like for Iran to come back to the negotiating table. As we speak, CENTCOM is moving more air and naval assets into the region. U.S. Navy officials tell us U.S. Navy assets have been used to protect Israel and the hundreds of thousands of Americans living there. The USS Thomas Hudner, a guided missile destroyer, is moving from the western Mediterranean to the eastern Med near Israel, joining the USS Sullivans and the USS Arleigh Burke, which are already in position off the coast of Israel. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson learned that the U.S. Army had employed the THAAD missile defense system, which can shoot down an incoming ballistic missile from 120 miles out, and the Patriot PAC-3 battery, which has each of those has about 100 U.S. soldiers manning them inside Israel tonight. The U.S. sent one THAAD battery in October.
And just so you guys know, one of these THAADs costs a lot of money, okay? Because the Iron Dome obviously can't do it by themselves. Because we gave that to them last year. Okay, so the THAAD Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Battery costs approximately $1 billion. The U.S. has deployed a THAAD battery to Israel, citing concerns that about Iran and Iranian-backed groups. The deployment is part of the broader effort to bolster Israel's air defenses. Each THAAD battery is estimated to cost $1 billion. The U.S. has deployed a THAAD battery to Israel to enhance its missile defense capabilities. The deployment is a response to growing concerns about ballistic missile threats from Iran and its proxies in the region. The U.S. provides significant military aid to Israel, including support for missile defense systems like Iron Dome and now THAAD. Crazy, bro. Absolutely crazy, guys. That's how much we spent on these motherfuckers, bro.
Iran's atomic energy spokesperson has said minor damage was reported at the Fordow nuclear site near Qom. Critical equipment was moved from the Fordow site before the attack. No nuclear contamination was detected at the Fordow site. Remember last night? There was reports coming out that there was a nuclear leak. Damage to nuclear facilities is limited and will be repaired. Mike, back to you, Hussein.
Thank you,
Hey,
Khaleesi.
Hussein, I was going to say, there's a guy in my chat that's saying, I think his name is Amir _truth. He's an Iranian. He said that his father was with the IRGC back in the day or something like that. I don't know if he's requesting or whatever because you guys are co-hosts, so you guys can see who's requesting, but I think the username is Amir _truth. I told him in stream that if he says anything stupid, I'm going to make fun of him. So, but he apparently has some info on this stuff. But yeah, it's Amir _truth is the username. I'm
gonna look for him right now, Myron.
All right, cool.
How are you, Myron? How are you spelling Amir? Is it A-M-I-R or E-M-I-R?
A-M-I-R is what it is. He said, I'll tell you exactly what he said here. He said, I was born in Iran and I lived there for many years. My parents fled the revolution. My uncle was the general of the entire Navy during the Iran-Iraq War. I have the ultimate truth about this conflict. So we'll see what he has to say. But it's Amir _truth, I believe. Let me just make sure.
Myron, if you could send me his handle. I don't see him in the requests.
And I can't see requests. That's the annoying part of it.
All right, let's see if he's Amir, request, bro. This is your chance. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Keep going. You guys were speaking about something.
I just did a search of the space and I don't see that that profile.
Thanks, Maze.
You're welcome. Let me try.
Every single time.
A-M-I-R.
Yeah, and then _truth is apparently what he said.
Yeah, no, there's three of them here. There's Amir Malik, Amir Reza, and Amir Samir, which isn't even Amir, but yeah. Anyway.
All right, well, nigga fumbled. Okay.
It's funny. He's like, if he fucks up, I'll make fun of him. I'm sorry, that's funny.
Just a quick question. Wouldn't it be a war crime if Iran actually attacked anything U.S.?
All right, let's go back.
October of last year and another in April, 2 of the 7 in the Army's arsenal. The U.S. has one aircraft carrier strike group in the Middle East right now, the USS Carl Vinson in the Arabian Sea off the coast of Oman, where those Iran nuclear talks were supposed to take place on Sunday. Now, many Iranian leaders who were supposed to participate in those talks are...
Yeah, definitely not going to do that now. I mean, no fucking way. George Diaz, $5 says, W. Martin, you've inspired me to be a better man. I just had my 3rd kid right now and want to thank you for saving my life. WOSS gang. Thank you so much, Jorge. I hope you're a part of OSS. It's only $4 to join. Let's see here. Desert Joe says, Rumble mods muting OSS member when Myron calls O/the chat. Big L to that mod. Yeah, guys, why are you guys censoring? Like, don't censor them on Rumble, man. Don't censor. Let's see here. Like, honestly, guys, you're not going to get censored unless, like, the only way people censor you is if, like, you're spamming. But in general, like, the mods are real good. Let's see here. Chris26 says, hey, Mar, I would love to see you react to Joy Taylor interviewing 2 304 friends of Flagrant. The Wall's undefeated. Chris, drop a link. Drop a link and I'll take a look at it because I don't know who any of those people are.
Dead, killed in Israeli strikes. A senior Israeli security source told me last night Iran had accumulated large amounts of highly enriched uranium sufficient for more than 9 nuclear bombs. 1/3 of that was enriched and accumulated in the last...
hold on, let's see here. What'd she say?
Iran had accumulated large amounts of highly enriched uranium sufficient for more than 9 nuclear bombs. 1/3 of that was enriched and accumulated in the last 3 months alone while those negotiations were taking place.
Well, the reason why is because we were threatening to bomb them. Like, yeah, they're going to obviously, like, let's assume that's right? Let's assume that they actually did go ahead and, let's assume they actually did enrich that level, 90% pure, right? Which is what's going to be for weapons grade. We're literally threatening, Israel's threatening to attack them every day. The United States is threatening to attack them. Like, you do have to have a little bit of common sense and be like, oh, well, yeah, they're a nuclear threshold state. We're threatening their sovereignty. We're saying we're going to take over. Like, duh, they're going to fucking enrich the uranium to a weapons grade level because they understand that it's the only way to deter the United States and Israel from attacking them. Like, guys, we got to have a little bit of common sense here. We got to be able to understand that countries are going to do what's in the best interest of their country from a national security perspective. So in their eyes, they're like, okay, the U.S. and Israel is going to attack us, so we're going to enrich and we're going to have a nuclear bomb so that they don't attack us. How do you guys think North Korea is still around? You guys ever think about that one? I'll tell you why. Because Kim Jong Un has nuclear weapons. When you have nuclear weapons, people leave you alone, okay? Nuclear weapons aren't there to kill people, even though they are. But the real way you use them, okay, is for deterrence, chats, okay? Nuclear weapons basically ensure that people don't fuck with you, okay? Because of something called MAD, or mutually assured destruction. This is exactly why we've had a Cold War with Russia for so long, where it's more of a, well, I'm going to go ahead and have an arms race with you and we have problems with you, blah, blah, blah. But we don't actually rise to the level of bombing each other. And the reason for that is because they have nuclear weapons. We have nuclear weapons. If we attack them, we're destroyed. If they attack us, they're destroyed. They have a dead hand system, guys, where if we were to actually attack them with nuclear weapons, they have certain sensors on the floor that would activate all of their nuclear weapons and launch them all at the United States. So if we were to attack them first, they have a system in place where even if everybody got killed, the dead hand, they would still launch all their nukes at the United States. So this, ironically enough, preserves peace. So the reason why Iran is now in a nuclear arms race is because of the United States and Israel threatening them. So they're like, okay, we need to get a nuclear bomb so that they leave us alone. Okay? And the reason why the real reason why Israel doesn't want them to have a nuclear bomb is because Israel wants regime change. And in order for Israel to affect a regime change, that means they need to get rid of the current regime. They know that if the current regime gets nuclear capability, they will never be able to regime change. I'm gonna say that again for you guys. That's very fucking important. Okay? Israel understands. Okay? Israel understands that their goal is regime change. Okay? The nuclear weapons is just a excuse to do it. Now, not only is it an excuse, it's also a barrier if they were to get the nuclear weapons. They know Iran's weak. Since Iran's weak, we can attack them now and affect regime change. But if they get their hands on a nuclear weapon, we will not be able to affect regime change, and we are going to be stuck with the Ayatollah. And them being there is a viable force towards our perceived hegemony that we want to have in the Middle East. So in other words, they need Iran out of the way so that they can be the hegemony in the Middle East. That's basically what it comes down to. And they need to remove the regime to do that. But they know that if that regime gets nuclear weapons, there ain't going to be no fucking regime change. Because nuclear weapons are the ultimate deterrent. Okay? So we got to have a little bit of common sense here and understand that the nuclear weapon is a strategic tool to keep countries from attacking you. And, I mean, it's no shit that Iran is going to go ahead and start fucking enriching uranium to a crazy degree over the past 3 months because we've been threatening to fucking attack them. Okay? So we got to have a little bit of common sense here. But yeah, that's kind of where we are. Anyway, let's keep going. I don't know what this creature is. Again, guys, join up OSS, man. 10,000 strong. 10,000 strong, that's the goal. 10,000 strong. Join in for $4. Let's keep going.
That's why Israel decided to act. The International Atomic Energy Agency said tonight that the above-ground Natanz uranium enrichment facility...
Yo, Amir Truth, we already fucking tried to get you, bro. Like, dude, you should have given your Twitter name, bro. Holy shit, man. This dude, bro. Bro, I didn't fumble. It's Amir Truth or Truth Seeker. Nigga, why the fuck would you give us a username that you're not using on Twitter? Which one is it? Truth Seeker or Amir Truth? Because you're not in the fucking space, bro. Holy shit, man.
facility was destroyed in the Israeli airstrikes overnight. Greg?
Thanks, Jennifer. In the meantime, Kamala's failed Veep, Tim Walz, now suggesting that Communist China might be the voice of moral authority following Israel's strikes on Iran.
Like, why would you give the wrong username? Like, come on, man. And you're not even in the space, dude. Holy shit, man.
Now, who is the voice in the world that can negotiate some type of agreement in this? Who holds the moral authority? Who holds the ability to do that? Because we are not seen as a neutral actor. Now I ask who that is. And I mean, consistently over and over again, we're going
to tampon Tim as if he would have done better.
Have to face the reality. It might be the Chinese.
So, Charlie, if you wanted to do a deep fake to make Tim Walz look like a complete jackass, you couldn't even be that.
No, you really couldn't.
No, he has a background with China.
Yeah.
So this is like, I mean, what's going on here?
It's so funny you said that because when I saw it on like Twitter, and the first thing I did when I saw it was I went back and looked. I was like, well, obviously this is not real. And then finally I got back to C-SPAN, and I was like, well, C-SPAN's not shipping around deep fakes.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it is it's beyond absurdity. And this is the standard bearer that Democrats just 6 months ago had picked out of nowhere. You could have picked anybody, but they picked this guy. And I really do think that it's sort of, it's a reminder of where we are, big picture. You have decades of, Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he even became president in 2008. He wasn't even inaugurated yet, and he was granted the Nobel Peace Prize, in part because they thought he was going to solve the Middle East. These problems are problems that we've been talking about forever. They've been intractable forever, and nobody...
All right, it's Truth Seeker AA. Bro, I'll be honest with you, bro. You're retarded for not giving me your actual Twitter name while saying, let me go up into space. Like, that was low IQ shit, man. Now I'm going back here looking like a dumbass because you couldn't put a correct Twitter name on the fucking chat, man. All right, let me find this shit, bro. Let me tell them right now. Oh, what the fuck?
With Israel, they all sell their services to Israel, and so for them, being pro-Israel is being pro-America or whatever. But their whole point is to kill people and to profit from it. So anyway, yeah, that's it. I just I don't want to derail the space too much. I know you guys are doing breaking news on the Israel Iran conflict here, but there are churches like this one that I was talking about. This tweet that I have pinned in my profile. There are churches like this all over the country. And, I know that the Jews have a lot of responsibility, but these Christian Zionists are way more. There is millions and tens of millions of these Christian Zionists that are all beating the drum for war, beating the drum to send our kids off to die. And that if you don't fall in line, you're a hater, you're a bigot. And it's got to stop. People have got to start waking up and fighting at the local level to reclaim our institutions so that we can finally put our country, our people, and our interests first. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for having me up.
I was going to say real quick, it's truthseeker_AA is the username. It's truthseeker_AA. So yeah, make sure that you, I'm telling him to request to speak so you guys can see the account, but it's truthseeker_AA to any of the hosts on the panel.
Yeah, I'm looking for him right now, Myron.
All right. Appreciate
Just on that, no problem, Myron. Just on that, David, what are your thoughts on how Trump's handling the whole Iran situation?
It couldn't be any more of a disaster. It could not be any more of a disaster if you planned it that way. I mean, first of all, we knew about this going into it. So for Trump to be coming out and making statements that he knew what was going on, that Israel is coming out with statements that they got a clear green light from Trump. I mean, after Iran, came out before the strike even happened and said that we would be striking, or that Iran would be striking U.S. bases if the United States participated in any kind of attack against Iran. And then for Trump and the administration to basically come out and confirm that and to flaunt it in their face, they're begging Iran to strike U.S. troops, to strike U.S. bases, which is then going to give even more of a pretext for the president, for the Senate to go in and ask for even more attacks and escalation against Iran. I mean, I don't see how this could have possibly gone worse, to be quite honest. I mean, what we really needed was Donald Trump to sit Benjamin Netanyahu down in the Oval Office and read him the riot act the way that he did with Zelensky. That's what we needed. We needed a president who would restrain Israel and put America first. But that's not what we're getting. We're getting Miriam Adelson's $200 million donation. We're getting these private contractors and Peter Thiel's who are, you know, using their influence and their money to get more government contracts so that they can create kill lists with their lavender AI so that they can murder women and children in Gaza for profit. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, this is just more of the same Zog war machine. I don't see Donald Trump standing up to this. I see him as part of it at this point. So that's kind of my take on it. I think that not only are we going to get war with Iran, I think we're also going to see war with Mexico break out. We're going to see the stock market tank, and the U.S. Treasuries have been in a very bad spot. I think our economy is teetering on the precipice in a way that it hasn't since 1972. So we've got to pray for our country and get active locally. Try to network with like-minded people, build your community, build your family, and pray for this country.
Yeah, thanks for that, David. So Truth Seeker, we brought you up. Oh, he just dropped.
Hey, bro, don't make me look bad, Truth Seeker. I'm going to fucking flame you on stream if you don't come up here and fucking say what you want to say. You've been asking me this for the past 30, 40 minutes now. So let's see what you got to say, bro. I'm going to roast you if you don't say anything good. And I know the chat's going to cook you, too. We got like, almost 4,000 or 5,000 people in here watching. So don't fuck this up, man. At 3:45 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. So don't fuck this up, Truth Seeker.
Bro, this dude literally made me go look through the entire space, and then he just fucking... All right.
And I'm going to cook him from my kitchen, too. Just saying.
Yeah, so people want to hear what you got to say. You're saying that you got family that's, was involved in the Iraq-Iran war, high ranking, saying you understand the conflict and you're an Iranian, so we'll see what it is. But from the Iranians I've spoken to, you know, Israel's attacks on Iran have united them. Even people that disagree with the theocracy and people that oppose the regime are coming to stand behind the regime. I mean, they were protesting yesterday saying that Iran needs to hit Israel back hard. You don't normally see that coming from the civilian population. Civilians typically say, you know, we don't want war, we don't want conflict. But they actually took to the streets and said, yo, we want the government to hit Israel back hard. So, you know, that kind of tells you what the sentiment is over there. You know, because I've had a couple of, you know, there's a couple of these Zionist Iranians, right, that are like on Fox News giving their commentary like, yeah, people rise up and overthrow your government, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I think you guys just kind of made them have more resolve for the government with this shit. So, because there's nothing that unites a people that are divided more than a common enemy. So, yeah, not a good strategy by Israel there.
Yeah, he's just cucked out, bro.
Okay. Yeah, nigga backed out. Okay, yeah, they're making fun of him in the chat. All right, guys, everybody roast Amir for being a bitch. Your name should be Pussy Seeker because you are a pussy, my friend. Holy shit, you fucking coward. Nigga made Iran look bad in 2 seconds. Dude's been asking me to fucking bring him up as a speaker forever, and he got the chance and he fucked up. Thanks, bro. Dumb fuck. Okay, where are we at here?
Well, I guess this could be a nice time for a reset. Everybody hit that purple pill and repost the space right now and quote post it and, make sure that you're letting them know that this is where you get the live news.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You need to change your name from Persian King to Persian Retard, man. Holy shit, bro. This is the biggest fuck up I've seen in a minute, bro. How do you get this opportunity and fuck it up, bro? Damn. All right, anyway, my nickname for Myron is Knowledge. I learned a lot these past few years, even more since I subbed and followed MGX. Fires Jabbar, I appreciate that. I hope you're a member of the OSS, bro. I hope you remember the OSS. It would have cost you less to join the OSS than $5. So I hope you remember. Fuck it, Bun says, so they are barely capable of having a couple shit nukes as of now, but already have a dead man switch system so good that we should fear mad. Also, Nigerian prince scam incoming, probably. No, dude, fuck it, Bun. I was talking about Russia, bro. Russia has a dead hand system. You must have that confused with Iran. I was giving an example. Guys, please listen to me when I talk. Holy shit, man. I was talking about mutual assured destruction when it comes to the United States and Russia and how Russia has a dead hand system. But I'm saying that Iran wants to get nuclear weapons because it creates mutually assured destruction with them and Israel. Does that make sense, bro? Please pay attention, fuck it button. Come on, guys. Come on. I know it's late at night, so I'll give you guys a little bit of leeway there. But yeah. Hey, I'll tell you this, though. Wise Persian King, bro, you got to change your username, nigga. They're going to keep flaming you in the Rumble chat, bro.
Well, it's not preemptive, right? If the United States helped Israel strike Iran by giving them munitions, by giving them air defense, then it's not preemptive. They've already been attacked by the United States.
We agree. I think we agree.
Wait, hold on, Hassan. I have Nathan with breaking news. Go ahead, Nathan.
No, I was going to comment to what they were talking about. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So let me ask the question again, so it's clear. So yeah, obviously we know that Americans participated, but what I'm saying is it's likely that it will be directly involved, not via, not indirectly involved, as in it's going to start striking from its bases.
But couldn't have Russia used the same excuse against Ukraine to go after the United States, though, if that were the case?
Yeah, but this is slightly different because Iran is not on the same scale as Russia, right? It's not got nuclear. It's not nuclear power. So the way the escalation ladder goes, it looks like America is gonna get directly involved. When I'm directly involved, I mean launching from everywhere and everything is caught at Iran. That's where I can see this going. And would it not be better this time that it struck first rather than leaving it to happen? Like leaving it to having the same situation as happened yesterday.
Nathan?
Not particularly, no. Unless they can prove that the U.S. is directly involved, as I stated before, it has to be more than munitions. You can't. It's not just supplying munitions. That doesn't take away your neutral status. You have to have evidence that they are either providing intelligence or actively helping in some sort of operational aspect.
So we have it of that, right? Don't we? In terms of the refueling and so on, right? And the intelligence and the.
No, well, there's no confirmation that the U.S. helped with refueling. You got to understand, Israel does have their own tankers. I believe they have it's quite a few. So they have the ability to do it themselves.
So
now
I've seen on posts though. I don't know if it's true, but there's been a threat coming from Iran saying that they will strike American bases because they were involved.
Let me tell you something. Israel is praying for that to happen. They would love nothing more than to show the world, hey, Iran is an actual threat to America. That would be their fucking dream.
Yeah.
And yes, and I totally agree with that. That's why I don't believe they should target the U.S. bases unless they have the evidence. If they have the evidence to support that the U.S. has breached their neutral clause, then I would say then they can do it. But if they don't have that evidence, I wouldn't do it.
They're going to say that one way or another once America strikes first, though, right? So they're going to use that excuse.
No, I don't think America will strike first. I think the thing is, right? I think if America was going to strike, they would have done it with Israel. It's a reason why Donald Trump has not tagged along on this. It's probably two reasons. It's probably the first reason is probably because he knows that it's illegal and he wants to maintain his neutral status. And then the second reason is because Netanyahu chickened out on the U.S. when they took out Soleimani. Because originally, the Soleimani assassination was supposed to be done by the U.S. and Israel. It was actually originally an Israeli plan first. They were the ones who then got the U.S. to get involved in it. But as I stated, they pulled out at the last minute. I think like the night before or something like that.
So is America really going to leave Israel here on its own? Is that really what's going to happen here? I don't know. I'm struggling to see that.
No, they're not gonna leave them on their own. So what they're gonna do is to maintain their neutral status. They're gonna only do defensive operations, And as long as they're only doing defensive operations, then they can kind of, under the
Hey,
law,
Nathan,
maintain the neutral status.
brother, sorry to interrupt 1 second. I'm gonna let you guys go right back to it. I want to see, because Myron, I tried to bring up Amir again. He's saying that he's having technical difficulties. Truth Seeker, can you try to
Yeah,
speak?
he just sent me another thing here saying he said try
Amir,
invite
Truth,
me
can you
again.
unmic?
Oh shit. Yeah, he just messaged again saying, "Bro, invite me again." So I don't fucking know, bro. This guy, bro. Make sure you got good internet connection. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but yeah.
Typically, if he closes out the app and then comes back in, that fixes glitches. He may want to try that. Amir, if you can hear me, just close out the app completely, open and come back in, and we'll bring you up and do a mic check.
All right.
So there was also talk about the
Just
hybrid missile.
one second, Hassan. I just want to jump in really quickly. There's a tweet in the nest, guys. Iran, this is coming from Al Jazeera, has promised more strikes on Israel. Senior Iranian military officials say the confrontation is not over. And I quote, "This will not end with last night's limited actions. Iran strikes will continue and they will be very painful and regrettable for the aggressors." And that's from Al Jazeera. So please share that. Please retweet that. Sorry, Maze. I don't know who was speaking. Was it you, Casey Maze? I don't know. Mic back to you guys.
Yeah, I was just giving Amir instructions. So whenever he gets back in, we'll see. In the meantime, Josie has her hand up.
Yeah, and this is his last chance, bro. If you don't get in here, you're fucking done, bro. Okay, you're like, you better not fuck this one up. The whole chat's gonna keep roasting you and calling you a dumb G if you keep doing this shit. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just I'm gonna roast you too, by the way. Sorry, Dan. I wanted to ask you if let's just say that Iran decides to attack anything that is U.S. in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
And he made it.
There
Oh
you
my
go.
God! Go ahead. I go ahead.
Can you
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, bro.
Yes, Amir.
Fucking hell, man, that took a long time. So apologies, like I'm not too good with technology. But listen, regime change will never happen in Iran, ever. Even if Iran has nukes or doesn't have nukes, it will never happen in Iran, right?
Yeah.
You said that you're.
There are two factions in Iran right now, right? You have
Wait, Amir, 1 second. I just want to make sure Myron can hear you. Myron, do you hear Amir?
Yeah, no, I can hear him. I'm listening in to what he's got to say.
Not sure if Myron can hear me.
Oh,
Josie, you want to?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I had my mic muted. So I'm like, Mike, I'm muting myself so you like I'm on stream, but like I'm making sure I don't interrupt the space. So yeah, I'm here. I can hear him. We're good to go.
Let me just give you some background information about myself. My name's Amir. I was born in Iran. I grew up in the UK. My parents fled the revolution in Iran. My uncle was the general of the entire navy of the Iran-Iraq war. And ironically, it was Israel that was giving Iran weapons and missiles to fight off the Iraqis. How ironic is that? And in my opinion, that can everyone hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
That's, in my opinion, that's how Iran's missile capabilities started. Now, in Iran, there are two factions, right? You have the Sepah, the Basij. You have the military, the regular military. The Sepah control the missiles as well. And then you have the reformers in Iran, right? The reformers are basically like the traitors. They want to collaborate with America. They want to make deals. Do you remember when the last Iranian president got assassinated? I think it was Raisi. It's because there was internal conflict between these two factions, right? But now, because of this war, everybody is united because we hate Israel more than anyone else. You know, we stand up against evil. Israel is a nation of pedophiles, of baby killers, of you name it, everything. They literally get high. The Israeli civilians get high on watching babies birth. We stand up against evil. Iran is the only nation that has stood up against evil. We will stand up, and we will not let this happen. We will not let the greater. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Can everyone still hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we will let you know if we can't. We'll
Okay.
chime in.
So Iran is a big thorn in the greater. This is the truth, right? Iran is a big thorn in the greater Israel project, right? Now, even with or without nuclear weapons, the greater Israel project is finished. It's never going to happen, right? Because Iran has, even if we don't have nukes, the missiles that we have are incredibly powerful. I mean, and I've been to Iran myself. I've seen waves, I've seen waves after waves after waves after waves of ballistic missiles. They're everywhere. They're being transported all over the country. I think we've got close to like 500,000 of ballistic missiles, and we've got millions of drones, or sophisticated drones. It's not going to happen, right? And you want to know another truth? Why they really want Iran is because Iran does not have a Rothschild centralized bank. It's one of the only countries that does not have a Rothschild centralized bank. Iran is a sovereign, independent country. We don't take orders from anyone. Our external debt is 6 billion, which is practically nothing. That's why they want Iran. But do you want to know the ultimate truth of what is going on right now? Now, I don't know if you guys know with a man called Albert Pike, 33rd degree Freemason. He wrote 150 years. By the way, everything that has been banned 150 years ago. He said that the Third World War, which could happen through this situation, would be between the political Zionists, Israel, and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and political Zionism mutually destroy each other. And once that happens, the new world order will begin. That is the ultimate truth. And that's all I. Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, I got you. He was cutting out a little bit on my end. I'm gonna refresh my page and come back. I don't know if it might be my my connection, but he was cutting out a little bit on mine, but I heard most of it. All right, I'm gonna fix this real quick and go back in. There's 5,000 people in here, by the way. Lots of people in there. But he was cutting out a little.
Here, so we have breaking. Since the beginning of the Iranian attack yesterday at 2100, about 200 ballistic missiles have been fired from Iran, and this comes from Israeli Channel 12. So that's the update.
Iran has, if I'm not mistaken, 100,000 missiles, right? They have some insane number. Does anyone know?
It's actually more than that, Myron.
Listen, they've got up to like 1 million different kind of missiles, short range, long range, ballistic, so many, and they're just continually making it. They don't need to export material from other countries, really. They make all their own missiles, so it's very cheap to make. But
just to clarify, I doubt it's 1 million different types. I don't think you meant to say that. I don't think they'll have 1 million different.
Yeah, we have to be very accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how many missiles they have total. I was told 100,000.
Let me look it up.
That's what I was told. I mean, obviously, it's going to be, hard to find or whatever, but the general consensus that I've heard is they have somewhere around 100,000 missiles, which I would believe. I mean, they've probably been stockpiling them for 30 years because they knew that this day would come eventually. And I'll tell you this, I was listening to some Fox News here, as funny as that sounds, but they did say that Iran has been enriching uranium at a very high level over the past 3 months, and they're pretty close to getting a nuclear bomb. Now, obviously, we know that that's propaganda that they've been saying for a minute, but I think in this situation, if they ever needed a nuclear bomb, it's right about now. And I think the reason why they're getting a nuclear bomb isn't necessarily to hit Israel with it. Rather, if they have a nuclear bomb, it's a deterrence strategy. That's what the nuclear bomb is for. I think after we saw the horrors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, no one really wants to use a nuclear bomb. Rather, they want to use the nuclear bomb for deterrence. I mean, this is why North Korea is still able to do the shit that they do.
Sorry, Myron, just to interrupt. You know, it's harder to make a sophisticated intercontinental ballistic missile than it is a nuclear bomb.
You mean as far as like from the uranium enrichment perspective, or you mean just mechanically to make the bomb?
Yeah, well, making a nuclear bomb, or whatever you like to call it, atomic bomb, it just takes time and uranium. That's all you need. What do you call it? The plan is already there. The structure is already there. They just need the resources, and it takes a long time to enrich.
No, that's not entirely true. If Iran wanted to build the bomb, they could have built the bomb. It's nothing to do with that. It's just enriching uranium to 90%. They have the ability to do that. They literally, Iran, if they wanted to, they can have, if I remember correctly, estimates up to 6 to 8 nuclear bombs within a week to 2 weeks.
Yeah, Fox is reporting that they got like 9, they're making enough for 9 right now as we speak, which again, you know, they're a nuclear threshold state, so I'm not surprised. I think for them, they kind of were like, look, you know, we don't want to enrich to that level because obviously that puts us in the crosshairs of Western powers, but we will enrich that level to ensure that we're not attacked, right? Like they're not going to fall for the fucking Gaddafi trick where it's we'll give it up.
Sorry, if you want me to...
Yeah, just quickly,
sorry, just real quickly, one second. Okay. So basically, when the U.S. pulled out of the JCPO deal, Iran didn't break the deal straight away. They actually waited for the Europeans to see if they would uphold the end of the bargain. And when the Europeans reneged because of the sanctions that were put on by Trump's the sanctions he put sanctions on the companies so that they couldn't do business as well. So when that happened, that's when Iran then started to enrich uranium above the, I think it was like 2.something% or 3% at the time. But they've always maintained within a limit. I think only recently, within the last 2 weeks, they went to 60%. But as I stated, the thing is, if Iran wanted to make the bomb, they could have made the bomb on this time. A lot of people, like when Netanyahu kept saying, "Oh, they're this far away from making the bomb," he wasn't lying, in a sense. It's just that if you want to actually create the bomb, then you have to enrich to a certain percentage. And as I stated, they can do that in a week, and they could have, I remember correctly, it's like 6 to 8 nuclear warheads.
Yeah, but it's I agree with you. It's not necessarily about the bomb. It's how you launch it. How are you going to launch this bomb? Are you going to use?
Yeah, the delivery system. As far as I know, I've been told that they actually have figured that out now. They have figured out the delivery system and the re-entry system as well.
Yeah, so Iran already has the system to launch, you know, missiles and bombs or whatever. They already have it, right? And it's difficult to launch these nuclear weapons. How do America? America, you know, they use planes to drop bombs, and they can launch them with missiles. Iran already has the capabilities to launch these missiles. All they need to do is put a nuclear warhead on top of it. That's it. So it's like when it comes to Iran and the nuclear situation, Iran is like 99% there. You know, it's out of the question, really. But
yeah, just the other thing is, what people need to realize is if you do acquire a nuclear arsenal, you gotta maintain that. It's not easy to just maintain it. It takes a lot of money. You gotta have the infrastructure to do it. You know what I mean? You gotta do maintenance and stuff. So I don't think it's something that they actually truly wanted. They only used it for leverage purposes, for negotiating against either the U.S. or the Western allies. That was the only reason why they really, obviously, the main reason they want nuclear, a program itself, they want it for civilian purposes because they use it for civilian purposes.
I mean,
the canyon about the bomb was only for leverage. That they don't really want the bomb.
Well, I mean, that's what they say. I mean, any country.
Well,
I mean,
respectfully, I would just like to ask.
This is logical. This is not just what they say. This is what if you go and check any analyst who knows what they're talking about, they will tell you the same thing.
Yeah, when you're threatened, when a country is threatened by America and Israel, do you not think that you're going to make a nuclear bomb? Do you not think that do you think you need a nuclear bomb or you don't need a nuclear bomb? When you're threatened by a country who slaughters babies, or America,
Sure.
which basically does the same, do you not think that you need a nuclear bomb?
Yes.
Exactly.
But I'm just wondering where you got that information that Iran has the capacity to launch a nuclear bomb, because there's no actually claim that there's nothing that confirms that.
To launch a nuclear bomb? You mean the system to launch a nuclear bomb?
Yeah, there is nothing that confirms that anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they launch intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? So do you not think that they could just add a nuclear warhead on top of that? I mean,
Wait, who said they have intercontinental missiles?
yeah, they're
Yeah,
creating.
they do. They have hypersonic. Yeah, they do. They definitely do.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
hypersonic. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they have hypersonics. Yeah.
yeah,
but-
so I mean, don't you think they can just use that technology to put a nuclear
I
war?
don't know where you're looking, Josie, but they do have, it has been confirmed, they do have the capability to launch it.
And also, don't forget, Iran has like the most sophisticated drones in the world right now, cheap. And you know, that's another option. But anyway, I'm gonna go. Listen, the Greater Israel Project is not gonna happen. Sorry, we stand against evil. We stand against the rapist country, which is Israel, the most pedophilic country, which is Israel. We stand against pure evil. Goodbye. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, man.
Yeah,
I'll
just
give you a
so
pass.
Netanyahu,
You didn't fuck up too
he would
bad.
have never made this preemptive strike if he didn't know that Iran has the capability to launch it. He would not be hanging this hard.
Sorry?
No, we're talking to the room, Amir, not to you.
Okay. Oh, and Myron, I love you, by the way.
No problem, man. Good job, even though you're technology retarded, but it's fine. You came in and contributed, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The chat's still going to make fun of you, though, bro. Be ready.
I don't mind.
I mean, they always do. It's okay.
This is true, yeah. They're going to make fun of him. Well, at least you guys know he's not a Jeet now. He's an Iranian British guy well, with the accent and shit, so yeah.
Yeah, I honestly thought we were gonna be talking to one of those. Okay.
I mean, Myron, they make fun of you too when you can't find your stuff on stream, man. So like, Amir, don't take it too personal. They make fun of me too.
Yeah. All right.
All right, cool. Hey, I just wanted to quickly go to.
All right, so let's go back to this stuff over here.
We've just sort of resigned ourselves to thinking that nothing will ever move over there. And then you take Don from Queens, who comes at it from a completely different perspective, understanding human nature, and applies all the parts and applies all the pressures, and then suddenly things begin to break loose. And it does make you kind of wonder if Trump had not had his interregnum, his interruptus.
Good word.
You know, would we not even be talking about this right now? Would Saudi Arabia and Israel and all of its neighbors already be living in peace?
All right, let me read some chats here. We got Impactive. He sent 2 of them in. Hey, Myron, I've been watching your content from start to fresh fit on Persian. Would like to enlighten your Persian history. Okay. Okay. Just request on the Twitter space, bro, and they'll bring you up. Let's see here. Let me make sure nobody. All right, and then. Okay, Keith. McCaster says, if he keeps trolling, ban him, bro. It makes you look crazy and jeopardize the future. No, he did a good job. It's fine. Pop Pop and 7 says, I came under the deal. Join for 1 year. Can you go monkey now? Okay, yo, Pop Pop. What's your email so I can find you that you signed up, Pop Pop? Because I did not get a notification that you signed up, dude. I did not get a notification. I should get like a notification that you signed up. I don't know if you did. Let's see here. Guys, how's the audio, by the way? Yeah, how's the audio? Give me, is the audio good, guys? Give me O/ if the audio is good. Give me 2s, because I can hear a little bit of sound on my end here. like a little bit of ambient noise in the background. I don't know if that's just my headphones are really good or you guys can hear it too. But yeah, I can hear like a sound in the background, like a fucking AC going off or some shit like that. Like if I mute myself now, you guys probably won't hear it. Okay, so it's just me then? All right, maybe I'm just crazy. Yeah, because I can hear, like, if I'm silent right now, you guys don't hear that, like, ambient noise in the background, like that fucking, like, a little bit of static? I don't know. I can hear it. Maybe it's because these headphones are sensitive. But if you guys can't hear it, then it's fine. Because if I mute myself, so now I turn it back on, you guys can hear a fan, right? Okay. Well, Icy is in the back, like, organizing some shit, the other room, maybe that's why. But, okay, as long as you guys can't, like, as long as it's not distracting for you guys. A little bit? I hear it, okay. Mossad? All right, I'll bring it down, then I'm gonna bring the volume down a little bit then. Hopefully, so it's not so fucking bad. I'm bringing it down a bit. That might make it better. That might make it better, chat. Let me know. I think we are good right now. Test, 1, 2, 3. You guys should not be hearing that ambient noise anymore. You guys should just be able to hear me. And it's not picking up anything. Because this is a mic that's pretty sensitive. So, yeah.
And like, you know, trading, you know, mercantile goods instead of missiles.
Good point. Jessica, may I operate an analogy?
I think so. I'm a little afraid, but
Imagine the Democrat Party is a face, and Tim Walz is like a cold sore that goes away.
Look at that, man. Look at Tel Aviv. They just completely fucked that shit up.
For a few weeks, and it keeps coming back. And every time it comes back, it's more inflamed. It's more inflamed. What would you do to get rid of this cold sore that seems to be just pulsing?
We got here, oh shit, $109 from Gossman Stein. Gossman, I wish you would join Castle Club instead. Sorry, OSS instead, bro. Instead of the, I appreciate though. $109 super chat on Castle Club, bro. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you guys, all you guys on Castle Club, I want you guys to come over to OSS. Okay, that is where I'm going to be bringing my streams and stuff like that. So make sure that you guys join the OSS. I'll give you guys the link right now. Okay. Give you ninjas the link.
Yes. You guys need some industrial political strength Valtrex.
I was gonna say, I didn't want to make it seem like I knew too much about this because I don't have herpes simplex A. But now that you've said Valtrex, that is the solution. I too thought maybe I was being punked, and I know Tim Walz doesn't care about me much, but he should have known that I was going to have to show up at work today.
Yeah, just show up. Come, you guys can join for $4, man. Best deal ever. All you guys that are on Castle Club, I dropped the link for you guys. Get in for $4. So First Dog said Truth Seeker got hit with the Israeli truth. Okay. Don't read this out loud, Myron. You're my nigga. I appreciate that, Kane. Gossman side saying some shekels for the Chipotle jar. Appreciate that, Gossman. But if you really want to support the Chipotle jar, you got to donate on the OSS. The Castle Club is a different fund for Fresh and Fit, so to speak. Myron, just be patient. These niggas just learn how to use the internet. Okay. Javi Capone, quick slap request. Okay. Trump is a boomer. He doesn't get it. It never will. Boomers are Israeli shills. Okay. I don't know what monkey is, but you've been set up by chicks before, and society's unforgiving with accusations about children, as you well know. In my humble opinion, the juices are worth the squeeze. Yeah, I might do it where I do OMEV TV instead, which is like you can go to Israel. So yeah. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna probably, what I might do is, for you Castle Club guys, because we got like 80 or 100 of you guys over there, come on over and watch the stream on the OSS. Okay, I'm gonna end the Couch Club stream here soon because I can't. There's too many chats, bro. I'll be honest with y'all. Between Kick, Rumble, YouTube, I will go ahead and give you guys the link. You don't got to pay, obviously, to join. You can just literally watch the stream for free on OSS. But join the OSS, goddammit. Okay, join the OSS. There's the link. I'll stay on for Couch Club a little bit longer, but I want you guys to move on over. Let's keep going.
And talk about this clip. There are so many good ways to talk about mistakes Donald Trump has made without saying that the Chinese are the arbiters of good principles or whatever the exact phraseology was. Like, Donald Trump's proposed Iran nuclear deal part 2 is the same one that he ripped up. If you want to say, oh, Iran's been enriching uranium.
Yeah, he wants the credit for it. You know, Trump is real big on wanting to claim credit for certain things, and he wants to be the one that gets that credit. So, yeah. Thank you guys for moving on over. I see a bunch of you guys are coming over to the OSS. I appreciate that. I'm going to end the CC chat soon, but the CC stream. But the good news is, guys, is with the OSS, you know, you guys will know exactly where to go. So, and we can stream for more than 3 hours. That's the big thing. We can stream for more than 3 hours on OSS now, on the locals account there. So, you know, I'm going to slowly start to migrate over there.
At this fast pace. Well, go figure. It's because we ripped up the nuclear deal. Make that case if you want to. You can talk about any number of things, but you don't need to talk about that. And it's a big...
And you guys can still watch it for free on the OSS, by the way. Like, I don't put any of my stuff on the paywall, so all you got to do is just click the link, open up the locals on OSS, watch it over there, and, you know, I'll slowly start to, you know, move, what's it called? Move over.
Point of frustration. We don't have to be reflexively against everything. You pick and choose your spots, and you make a cogent case. And I think that you can do that quite effectively. But when you dismiss things like the Abraham Accords, and I know that he's going for the Abraham Accords Part 2 and thinks that he'll have extra nations that will sign on, and that's what might be his best chance at getting the Peace Prize. I think you need to say yay to this and nay to that, so you seem like a normal human being, and then people will consider us to be president again in 2028.
That is a high bar to expect Tim Walz to be a normal human being. Martha, what is the Chinese piece to this? Why did he bring it up? I don't understand this. And we know he went to China many times, and he's involved in some
Tiananmen Tim, as Jesse would say if he was here.
Shout out to 11T, and he said, is the debrief going to be here or still on Myron Gaines? No, debrief is going to be on Myron Gaines X, but yeah, it's going to be on the OSS, of course. OSS, Myron Gaines X, one thing, guys. The OSS is the community, okay? But everything is Myron Gaines X. TJ Ho says, stop being a bum, join OSS. Appreciate that, bro. I saw that you subscribed. Nigga's name is Gasmanstein. Bruh, you guys got no chill, man. He subscribed as well. Shout out to you, bro. Pop in 7 check. I joined for 1 year. Okay. That's your what's the email address though, bro? Give me the email address. I'll look, but let me see here. Pop in 7 check. I'll look.
So he knows it really well, Greg. It's obvious.
Yes.
He's a China expert. And that's why. No, but I kept thinking as all of this was unfolding about the only 2 people who might be sitting around the globe going, oh, you know, we're this kind of axis of evil, Russia and Iran and China. And you see Russia reaching out. Well, I can come up with some sort of deal. Just get me in there and I'll fix it, just like I did with Ukraine and my own country. But China's tea is very mum. So I don't think China's going to be the moral authority, because when they're in this situation, they like to sit back and just sort of whistle a little bit, because they're not going to get in the middle of this whole thing. But what I find fascinating is that, you know, with regard to
holy shit, we got fucking DPG is in the house. He goes, back home with the family, bro. Pops isn't doing so hot. Finally got a sec to check in. Foreign affairs is important for awareness. Like the video. It's free. Thank you so much, DPG. Real nigga in the house right here, man. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate that, man. Again, you know, guys, we're slowly migrating, you know, people from Couch Club over to the OSS. Obviously, it's still fresh and fair. Don't get it twisted, motherfuckers. But I'm separating things just so it's easier for me to, for my accounting purposes, for time devotion resources, so I know kind of what's what. I used to keep things commingled a bit, and it made life a lot harder for me when it came to like the accounting stuff on the end. So, and then obviously, as you guys know, I've been funding the Myron Gaines X stuff on my own, so it didn't really matter. I was like, whatever. But now, right, I got to be more organized with the Myron Gaines X, because I do plan to expand, and for me to expand properly, I need to have separate books for different platforms. So I appreciate you guys moving on over and supporting me, and DPG has been a big part of that. So Don DeMarco for you, my friend. I really appreciate your support. And then we got Henny Chris here. Fuck yeah, I'm in here. And yeah, I appreciate that. And then Nick Miller with $1. And just so you guys know, if you're an OSS member, all your chats get read on stream, chat. You can donate $1, don't matter. If you're a member of the OSS, your chat's getting read on screen. I said screen. Now I'm sounding like these niggas. On stream, excuse me. Okay. If you're not an OSS member, then, you send a Rumble Rant or Myron Gaines X. I read them $5 and above. But for now, I want to build up the OSS to 10,000. That is the goal. 10,000 fucking strong, chat. Okay? So they can't cancel us. They can't tell us nothing. We can literally do whatever the fuck we want at that point. So, Fire Stabber says, just join the OSS. I support the value of the content. And for the Brokey saying I was glazing SMD, my ninja. Shout out DPG and fuck child support, W Mine. I appreciate that, Fire. I appreciate that greatly, man. Thank you so much for joining the OSS, bro. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm putting in crazy hours on Myron Gaines X. As you guys know, I'm streaming easily 8 to 10 hours, right? On when I do these streams, right? Keeping you guys updated. A lot of you guys have basically rely on me for your news now. So I take that very seriously, guys. And I've kind of given up my social life to do it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This isn't a fucking sob story right now. But since I've been doing this show since January, I've been really, because a lot of you guys have messaged me on the side saying, yo, I don't watch the news anymore. I just watch you. So I'm like, holy shit, that's a serious responsibility. If people are watching me for the news, that means that they're not checking out the mainstream media. They might not be listening to other commentators. Who knows? So I take that very seriously. So I look at it like, okay, I need to be on point. That means I'm in the house all day. I'm reading the New York Times. I'm looking at CNN. I'm looking at Fox News. Then I'm looking at Al Jazeera. Then I'm going on Twitter. So I am like taking in all this different information. Shout out to you, DPG, once again with the 45 fucking gift of subs. Thank you so much, DPG. You are the man. I'm going to get a fucking thing here, by the way, that shows when people sub on Kick. I'm going to get that widget. But I take that seriously, guys. And I've given up my social life to do so. I've been sitting inside. The only time I go outside, you guys want to know the truth? The painful truth? I only really go outside when I do the fucking debates, man. If I'm be honest with y'all niggas, bro. Like, yo, I literally only go outside to do the debates. I barely leave my building. I train. I got a pull-up bar here so I could work out and then like go right, sit on stream. So like everything that I do right now is centered around the fucking show. I'm taking this shit very seriously. The fact that a lot of you guys get your news from me and shit like that, I take that seriously. But as you guys know, I put an insane amount of time and effort into this. So the only thing I ask is support on the OSS, because YouTube demonetized me and I want to be able to give them a fucking middle finger. Say, fuck you guys. Okay? Success is the best revenge. Okay? So, if they keep denying me on demonetization, fuck them. We got our own army. We're able to do what we want to do. We can still do the meetups. We can go out to fucking Portland, set up a table and say feminists are stupid. Right? We can go ahead and go to LA while they're rioting with an IRL backpack and make fun of these niggas. Right? So I look at it like, for me to really expand and take this shit over, we have to, start putting to really like innovate and do things. We're going to need to fund our own shit, really, is what it comes down to. And we can't rely on any of these platforms. Okay? So the OSS is how we're going to do that with locals, because that comes to me and we're able to use that to run and make the show better. And you guys know I always invest back in the fucking show because, I have an obsession with making sure the quality is of a certain level, right? That's why I got a 4K switcher. That's why I got multiple camera angles, despite the fact that you say, guys, why do you do camera switches and shit? It makes the show more dynamic, you motherfucker. All right? It makes it better. Makes it way better. Cinematic. Shout out to TPC, by the way. You could thank him because he's the reason why this shit is so crispy right now, okay? So I take this shit seriously. I want to take it next level. And honestly, bro, we're taking over, chat. We are going to become the best political commentary channel / cultural commentary channel because we could talk about everything. Okay? We can make fun of the blacks. We can make fun of them boys. We can make fun of the Asians. Right? We can make fun of the Arabs. All right? We can make fun of the whites. And nobody's safe in this bitch. All right? So we are them niggas. All right, guys? So that is how we stay free. That's how we're able to say what we want to say. People like DPG, Arc Lightning, all you niggas, man, I love you guys. Because you guys are literally keeping the mission alive. And my thing is, you guys support me, right? You guys are donating to the show. You guys are joining OSS. You guys are gifting subs. Guess what? I'm going to fucking pay it back, and I could devote even more time to this shit. All right? I could devote more time to doing these streams. I could devote more time to fucking traveling and going out and getting content for y'all. Like, I'm going to serve you guys and make sure that we make the best fucking shit on this thing. Because you guys know me. I'll work, bro. I'll give up my social life. I don't give a fuck. You know? Angie's very understanding. She takes Frank whenever I need him. She helps me with groceries and shit. So Angie's very understanding. I haven't seen her in a bit. I'm not going to lie to you guys. She actually came by real quick when I was doing the table shit. But, you know, we're taking over, chat. I'm obsessed, man. This year, I told you guys, 2025, we're taking over. We're going to have 10K live every time, live of 5. We're not stopping, okay? We're going to add in the Marvel Rivals. We're going to be doing some gaming. We're going to be fucking traveling. We're going to cover the Diddy case. We're going to finish up on the Diddy case as well. Don't worry. I'm going to go there for closing arguments, right? Karen Reed, I might do her too if I got time. So we are building up, guys. Like, basically, we don't want to rely on YouTube, on any of these platforms, honestly. We want to be able to have our own shit that's independent, and the OSS is that. So if you guys want to support, that is the best way. Then from there, you know, you can do Rumble Rants, Myron Gaines X, whatever it may be. But the OSS is it. I'm going to keep that price point at $10. I don't really think I'm ever going to up that price because I want as many people in as possible, right? So anyway, let's keep going through the chats. Thank you guys so much. We got here Nick Miller. Thank you, Myron. You've changed my life, and I appreciate you tons, my friend. Wallahi, I appreciate you, my friend. It's Poppin7 Check that I joined 1 year. I'm chatting from OSS currently. Okay. Arc Lightning, Myron for President W. Frank. Appreciate that. 11-teen. Yeah, to be honest, if it's not you or Nick, I'm not listening. Hey, bro. You guys know. I'm gonna do something with Nick too soon. Don't worry, guys. I'm working something out. We're gonna make it lit for you guys. Don't worry. It's gonna be a good time. Shout out to Nick. I'm really happy that he's is Fed Reacts done? Hell no, nigga. Fed Reacts is every Sunday, baby. Come on, man. What do you think this is? Fatality. We're still doing Fed Reacts, man. Come on. Every Sunday, we're still doing Fed Reacts. Come on, bro. Dude said his Fed Reacts done. Get the fuck out of here. Hell no. It's now the debrief, but Fed Reacts is going to be on Sundays. And it's still my Instagram name. So don't worry. We're still going to be giving you guys true crime every Sunday. Nothing changes there. So, and you know, speaking of Nick, I'm really happy for him. He had 50,000 watching live yesterday. I don't know how many he had live today because I was out there on the streets. But the guy's been blackballed everywhere. He's been blacklisted everywhere. He's been demonized. He was on a no-flight list, didn't make money for years. And he's finally getting the credit that he deserves. He's been fucking doing this shit for damn near 10 years, right? Ben Shapiro and all these other, conservative media outlets tried to destroy him. So to see him win, I am genuinely fucking happy for him. I'm so happy for him, bro. Anytime my friends win, and they overcome bullshit. Sneeko, right? Still super relevant, despite the fact that he's been banned everywhere. Super relevant. Killing it, right? Andrew, still super fucking successful with the real world, right? Despite the lawfare that they've tried to employ against him. I'm not no hater, guys. You guys know this. Like, I truly want my friends to win, right? And if I can help them, I will, right? Every single time. So when my friends win, bro, I'm genuinely fucking happy. I was excited. You guys saw it. I was on stream yesterday. I was watching it. What'd I tell y'all niggas? He was like, what, 500 away from 50K? What'd I do? I told all you guys, go to a stream right now. Let's hit 50,000. And we fucking did it.
Welcome, punch.
So I want my friends to win, bro. So when he hit 50,000 yesterday, I'm just happy I was able to contribute a little bit, man. I told you, hey, niggas, go over there. Drop the link, go over there. He hit 50,000 live viewers, man. You would have hit it without me anyway. But, we got to support each other, bro. I'm telling you guys, when you have viewpoints like we do, right? Women are stupid. You know, fat people are losers. Them boys control America. Black people are criminals. Right? When you have these views, you know, you kind of put yourself in a box, and you got to align with other people that have a similar mindset. You got to stick together. You really got to stick together. So yeah, shout out to Zherka, right? We by the way, we'll probably have Zherka on next week, and I think we're gonna have Jake Shields on Monday with Zherka, bro.
Welcome, punch.
So that's gonna be a good time. Shout out to Jake Shields, he was out there as well, showing some love. So Jake Shields gonna be on the show on Monday night, with some girls and Zherka. So it's gonna be a good time, bro. I'm really fucking excited, and you guys are still gonna get the heat from the debrief. Okay, nothing changes. All right, we're still going to be doing the debrief. You guys are still going to get your news here. And, yeah, it's going to be a good time. I've been wanting to ask you this question, but in a dream world, if you became president with Nick Beer, vice president, Fresh be Speaker of the House, and it Tate's as Secretary of Defense, yeah, bro, if I became president, fuck yeah. I would, man, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah, Fresh be Speaker of the House. Yo, could you imagine Fresh as Speaker of the House? Yo, that would be funny. Yes, Fresh to be Speaker of the House. Educated nigga here. Been watching you since I was teen. Glad to officially support the true G's out here. WFNF, glory to the Graper Army. I appreciate that, Negas Graper. Nigga had to drop the full N-bomb. Now I got to edit that part out on YouTube, but it's fine, no problem. Yo, Myron, am I an OSS now? Not gonna lie. UI is kind of confusing. Yes, you did donate technically on the Castle Club, bro. So sorry, OSS. So thank you. DPG Jungle says, "Peace be with you, my guy. Gotta grab some sleep. Catch up with you in a few days, brother." Stay true to you. Thank you so much, DPG. Once again, bro. Thank you. You got my full support, Myron. I see the hard work, effort you're doing, and the sacrifice. You got a fellow 1801 here in Texas, always supporting you. If you come to Texas, I'll be there. Thank you so much, Cuban Cowboy. Be safe there, bro. As 1801, you know, you're right there on the front lines. I don't know if you're CBP or if you're CBP, OFO, or a tech guy, but let me know. Because 1801's, you know, it's typically like it tends to be a uniform guys. Like in HSI, our tech guys were 1801s, but they were gun toters. So, but you don't have to say exactly what you do. But shout out to you, man. Before I started watching you, I was 255 pounds and making roughly $50,000 a year. Now I'm in a fat loss journey. I weigh 232 pounds right now, making almost $90K a year. Got motivated to be a better version of myself because of you, Myron. That's why I'm a Castle Club Premium OSS to show support to you changing my life. Thank you so much, Machaka. You've been a long-time supporter, my friend.
Welcome, punch.
And I'm glad that you've lost that 20 pounds and you doubled your fucking income damn near. Yeah, man. Shout out to all you guys, man. Thank you so much for the support, man. I love y'all niggas, man. Is Tate still running for prime minister? I remember reading that a few months ago. I don't know, bro. Honestly, I don't know. Hippo says, realize I watched you for months for news and it's time to give back. Appreciate everything you do. Annual member. Thank you so much, Hippo. That's the best way to support, man. So thank you so much for joining the OSS, bro. And I'm going to, like I said, you guys support me. I'm going to fucking support y'all. The content's going to get better. I'm going to do longer streams. I'm going to go harder. Okay? Kevin Terrell says, been going down the rabbit hole learning about these Middle East shenanigans and haven't watched your new news stuff you be doing. Oh, you haven't? Oh, Kevin, you need to tune in, bro. That's all. We cover a lot of Middle Eastern affairs here, bro. Poppin7, I'm going to check your email right now. Emac James, I can see Chris having a whole bunch of honey bottles around the White House. Bruh. Yeah, Chris is going to be the Secretary of Health. That would be funny. Black Boy says, OSS gang, as a fellow watermelon muncher from NY, you have made political shit interesting. You are my news source. Yo. I appreciate that, nigga, that you are using me as your news source. And, you know, since you're a black guy, I had to hit that sound effect. But I'm glad that people can take the jokes and shit like that, bro. But yeah, no, I take that shit seriously. A lot of y'all niggas use me as your news source, man. So I gotta fucking be on point now. Hey, brother, forgive me if I'm asking a repeated question, but will you and Gypsy collab, Gypsy Crusader? Again, I don't mind Gypsy Crusader. I think he's fucking hilarious. The thing is, though, is that I don't think they work with colored people, bro. I don't think they do, man. So I don't know. Nick Miller. So think about this. Fresh as Speaker of the House. I know, bro. It'd be crazy. It'd be absolutely crazy. Yeah, and I might play some Marvel Rivals with Chris as well tonight. I'm going to see what his ass is doing. Junior Russell says, fight, fight, fight. Great job, my man. Hey, bro, we are going to fight, bro. We are absolutely going to fight. So we are absolutely going to fight, bro. I appreciate that greatly. All right, let's get back to the news here.
The Iran deal, Jessica, I think this Iran deal was not the old Iran deal, because this Iran deal had verifiable anytime, anywhere inspections. They didn't want that. This Iran deal had restrictions on ballistic missiles, which we know they like very much. We've seen them using them all day today. So they did not want this deal. And Trump kept saying to them, super simple. All you have to do is sign on the dotted line. I will never have a nuclear weapon. And
all right, last chat here from your boy Lem. Hey, Myron, we appreciate you staying up, hanging out with us, exposing the boys' public aid niggas. You don't runaways in Allahu Akbar, but you got to treat yourself sometimes by going outside. You live in Miami. There should be a lot of things to do out there. Just, simply touch grass. Trust, I've been there, done that. Being cooped up in the house all day is not good for your mental health. OSS, brother. I appreciate that, man, but I'm cooped up with you niggas, so it's a lot better. So it's not that big of a deal. So I will, I got a duty to you guys to give you guys a certain quality of content, man, and I'm gonna do that, man. And give, a lot of you guys rely on me for news, so I ain't gonna fuck it up, man. So yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna close out the Council Club stream. We've been going for 2.5 hours or so. So guys, come on over and watch on OSS. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys the OSS link. Okay, we got roughly 50 of you guys over there, so come on over to OSS. On Council Club, on Locals. Come on over. You can watch for absolutely free. You don't have to be a paying member to watch. Just come on over, drop in a link, because I am going to end that stream here now. Ending the Council Club one right now, guys. So come on over. Come on over, my ninjas. I'm making that switch right now. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. So come on over, ninjas. Don't worry, it's free, nigga. Just switch over. This guy can't pull out putting a bunch of no's. Bro, there's no need to put a bunch of no's. Just click the link and join, bro. It's no difference. All right. Cool. All right, let's keep going.
we'll know if you do, because we're going to be in your facilities whenever we want to. They could not, humiliation is a huge factor in Iran right now. They have, as I said before, zero economy. Their currency has crashed. They have about half the population living in poverty, and they have a huge significant part of the population who wants the leadership gone. They are desperate at this point. So the only thing they have was the threat of nuclear weapons and chanting death to America every 5 minutes. Everybody else in the neighborhood.
Guys, it's completely free to watch the OSS. Watch on the OSS. Okay? It's completely free.
Wants them gone, toppled. And so this is a unique moment. And Israel recognized it. And I think President Trump, even though he does not like war and doesn't want to this.
I just gave you guys the link if you want to watch on the OSS. And the OSS chat is funnier because they put memes in there and shit. Niggas be going crazy, bro. It's hilarious. So.
To turn into a war, understood the importance of the moment.
Last word, Katie. Do you know what's going on with him in China?
Well, I would say that although the Iranians have been humiliated over the last 24 hours, then you trot out Tim Walz and have him talk about this serious situation and bring up something weird like China. Tim Walz wants to be president. He wants to be the commander in chief. And over the past 24 hours, what this has actually highlighted is that we don't have really any kind of drone protection here in the United States. And China has purchased a lot of farmland in this country. China has tried to smuggle in agricultural bioweapons to disrupt the crops in this country. There are spies all over our university system. And yet you have Tim Walz, who, instead of taking a step and saying, why is it that we lost the 2024 election because we were so insane and out of touch with reality and the threats that face the country, he then throws the United States under the bus and says that China is the one who should be negotiating these things, even though they also have been enemies of the United States. So he's not a serious person. We have very serious issues with China, and yet he thinks that they should be dealing with the situation. And no one thinks that Tim Walz and Kamala Harris.
All right, Pop and Seven, I see your thing, okay? I will go ahead and go through the monkey process and figure this out, or OMED TV. Well, Whichever one has less, I want adults only, bro. So which one are we doing? OMED TV or Monkey? Tell me.
Harris could handle this better. No one.
You all got the question wrong. He's a
Just send in $1 on OSS just so I don't miss your chat, bro.
communist.
Well, that's true.
Do I have to spell it out to you?
That we bring in Nazi Monian, associate fellow at the Middle East Institute. She grew up in Tehran, moved to the United States at the start.
All right, so this is like a combo of shit that's going on. Let me. Okay, here we go.
House Foreign Affairs Committee member Jared Moskowitz. Congressman, thanks so much for being with me here tonight. I think there is a worthy conversation about playing this out down the road. What is the end game in this war? Is it simply taking away the threat to Israel, the nuclear capabilities of Iran, or is there a bigger goal at this point?
No, I'm not going to do Monkey right now, chat. I might do it later, but I'm saying I'm going to make an account. I just got to find a way to fucking do it where it doesn't fuck my shit up.
Point in mind that we need to acknowledge? Is it about regime change in Iran?
Thanks, Will. Thanks for having me on the show under these unfortunate circumstances. I mean, look, I think the goal is what the goal has been for the last several decades, Democratic presidents and Republican presidents, and the goal of this administration, which is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I think that has to be the goal. If the Israelis have further goals, I'm not aware of that, and they haven't broadcast that to the public. But I think that is the goal of the Israelis at the moment, and obviously in the interests of America.
Deny Iran a nuclear weapon. How far do you feel like these Israeli attacks went in accomplishing that goal? We know that they hit several nuclear sites, basically housing centrifuges, the ability to enrich uranium in Iran, but there are still huge reactor sites also capable of advancing uranium that the Israelis have chosen not to attack. There's real implications of hitting a reactor and what the nuclear fallout could be for a population locally. So how much was accomplished that you can tell through these initial attacks from Israel in setting Iran back on their quest for a nuclear weapon?
Well, look, the attacks obviously were significant. And as you listen to the Israelis, they're not done. This is going to go on for several days. And if you look at what they did just in the initial strikes.
Now, it's important that you guys understand that Iran knew that this would probably happen one day. So what they've done is they have multiple nuclear facilities deep underground. And the reason why they do this is they're decentralizing their nuclear program. So if you attack one, they still have others, and it's deep underground. So they're doing this. And here's the thing. I guarantee you they might have other facilities that we don't even know about. We just know that there's about 5 that are kind of public. But there's probably others that we don't know about. So this is obviously a strategy to ensure that if Israel does attack like they're doing now, they don't destroy their entire nuclear program in one shot.
If they have further plans for that on other facilities, then obviously they'll continue to degrade Iran's capability. I mean, listen, for administration after administration, we've been trying to delay this day, delay what now is inevitable, which was that there was intelligence that Iran, excuse me, was near getting a nuclear weapon. And so, you know, this, unfortunately, was Iran's choice after 5 rounds of negotiations. Will, you know this, after 5 rounds of the negotiation, this administration giving Iran almost every opportunity to prevent this from happening.
Okay, see, and this is why these mainstream media guys are fucking idiots. Let me tell you guys the truth, and this is where you guys get the real deal on the OSS and the debrief, unlike these other motherfuckers. Here's the reality, okay? The United States told Iran that they can no longer enrich uranium, okay? Which means they can't even have a civilian nuclear energy program, okay? That is fucked up. And the reason why it's fucked up is because other countries have civilian nuclear energy programs, okay? And the reason why the United States is telling Iran this is basically because of Israel. Hey, we don't want you to have a nuclear program at all. No uranium enrichment. Well, guess what? They have the legal right to do that, just like many other countries that do that. And on top of that, let's be honest. Israel has had an aggressive posture towards Iran for a very long time. So I find it interesting that we will sit there and say Israel has a right to defend itself. Why doesn't Iran have a right to defend itself? Right? I'm just being objective here. Right? You can't just sit there and be like, yo, everyone else has like a civilian nuclear program, right, for energy, but you guys can't. Why not? Because the Israelis said so. Like, that's not good enough, dude. And then on top of that, with this aggressor posture, like, that's a red line. Like, they were never going to give up their nuclear program because they saw what happened. I told you guys this before. I'll say it again. They watched Saddam Hussein give up his nuclear program and get toppled. They saw Gaddafi give up his nuclear program, get toppled. But you guys want to know what happened with North Korea and their nuclear program? Oh, I'll show you guys real quick. Because everyone tends to forget this shit, right?
House Foreign Affairs Committee member Jared Moskowitz. Congressman, thanks so much for being with me here tonight.
Remember this, niggas? You guys remember this?
Good to see you again. I've never expected to meet you at this place.
By the way, this is a historic moment, chat. Historic fucking moment, chat. Historic.
If your excellency take a step forward, you will be the first U.S. president to cross this line.
Historic fucking moment, right? Now, why am I showing you guys this? I'm showing you guys this because this is a nuclear power that is able to exist and even exercise some diplomacy with the United States. Why? Because they have nuclear weapons. Okay? The reason why there's this level of diplomacy is because they have nuclear weapons, chat. And Israel knows that if Iran gets nuclear weapons, this might be the future. And they don't want that. That is why they're attacking now. That is why they're terrified of Iran having a nuclear bomb. You really think Iran's going to sit here and launch nuclear attacks against the United States and Israel and all this other shit? No, bro, no. They know that they would get hit back and they die. The real reason that Israel doesn't want them to have the nuclear weapon is because they know that they will no longer be able to affect regime change. So this is what happens when you have nuclear weapons, chat. Forced diplomacy and historic moments like this. This is what Israel is terrified of, chat.
Get out of the way. Move. Clear. All of you. Clear. No. Very good.
Come on. Yeah, guys, this is a big fucking deal, chat. Okay? Big fucking deal.
Come on. Move. Guys. Wait till they move.
Come on, guys.
Wait till they move.
The Rocket Man.
This was the choice of the Iranian.
So he's saying that this was the choice of the Iranian regime. No, bro. Like, they said from the beginning, they're not giving up their nuclear program. That's a non-starter. And I would argue it's a reasonable non-starter, given the fact that Trump destroyed the last nuclear deal. Israel has been trying to threaten and to attack Iran. Like, yeah, of course they don't want to give up their nuclear program. We have to have a little bit of common sense here.
Regime of the supreme leader who's 86, experiencing mental decline and wants to be martyred. Why would we let someone like that?
Yeah, Jared Moskowitz. I already know where we're going to go with this one. Let's go out and look this guy up. Let's see. Yep. Every single time, chat. Every single time. Here he is with your boy Benjamin Netanyahu, a.k.a. Satan Yahoo. Damn, this nigga, we don't even got a neck, bro. What the fuck? Anyway. Yeah, never fails, bro. Never fails.
Have a nuclear weapon. This is not a civilian nuclear program. They could have had that a lot.
It is a civilian nuclear program, but they are a threshold state because Israel is constantly threatening to bomb them.
Long time ago.
And here's the thing, guys. Look, I'm not pro-Iran. Let me be very clear about this shit, bro. I'm just being objective here, okay? I'm not pro-Iran. I'm not pro-Israel, nothing. But I have the common sense and the ability to empathize. And I also have the ability to understand geopolitical power structures, okay? Why would they trust the United States when we ripped up the last nuclear deal in 2018, which took years to make? Years with the Obama administration. Why would they trust us? Israel has been assassinating the nuclear scientists, doing false flags, doing all kinds of shit. Why would they trust Israel? Why? Of course they're going to maintain a civilian nuclear program to the point where they can potentially enrich to weapons grade. Of course they are. Let's just have some common sense here, dude. And the Israelis have just made it harder to negotiate.
EA came out and said that they're violating their obligations. And so, listen, you know, if we can get to...
yeah, the IAEA, yeah, the same agency that doesn't even know or inspect the fact that Israel has an illegal nuclear fucking program.
Welcome, punch!
You know, your dumbass over here reporting from where? Tel Aviv? Israel has an illegal nuclear weapons program, dude. It's comedy to me, bro. It's comedy. And most Americans don't even know this.
The table and they can agree to abandon and dismantle the nuclear program, fantastic. But they were offered that and turned that down. If this initial strike convinces them of that, we should take that opportunity. But otherwise, the Israelis should continue to dismantle that. Any country that chants death to America cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. And look, I have vast disagreements, obviously, with President Trump.
Look, and I would look. I don't want death to America either. I'm an American. I'm America first. But you need to be able to understand why your enemies hate you. That's very fucking important, man. Okay? If we want to have diplomacy, if we want to have peace, which is something that I actually want, we need to understand why the peace isn't there. We need to understand why they dislike us. And when you peel the layers back, every single time, it's because of our support for Israel. Some dumb bitch came on to debate me before and said, oh yeah, these Muslims hate us. No, bro, they really don't. They don't give a fuck about the United States. They hate that we support Israel, who destabilizes the entire Muslim world. That's the real reason. This whole fucking lie of they hate us because we're free. That dumbass Bush era lie. You guys remember that? They hate us because we're free. Bro, they don't hate us because we're free. They hate us because we kill Muslims, innocent Muslims, all across the Middle East for the benefit of Israel. That is why they're fucking pissed off, man. Come on, dude. Like, we got to have a little bit more common sense here. Right? We need to understand why we have the problems that we have.
But obviously we had some knowledge that this was going to happen, probably could have stopped it. U.S. presidents have that ability. President Trump let it go forward, and he got it right.
I was going to ask you your opinion of that. President Trump says he's still willing to negotiate with Iran. Whether or not negotiations are still a possibility after what we're seeing unfold is an open question, but clearly
Not happening, dude.
As you pointed out, the United States.
We severed diplomacy. The Israelis severed diplomacy, dude. They're not even if they wanted to, they wouldn't come to the table because of the embarrassment and the optics at this point.
Knew this was going to take place. The Trump administration, President Trump himself, seemed to play an incredible game of poker.
Hey, TJ1775 gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that greatly. We're going to keep making the show bigger and better for you guys. And shout out to Gasman Stein with the big $109 super chat. Love you, man. Thank you so much. He said, had to remove the S from Gasman Stein since you pronounced it wrong. This time I'll let it slide. Next time you'll get the chamber. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But here, I'll tell you this, bro. What, you going to hit me with some Zyklon B, bro? You going to delouse me? Insider joke. Kevin Terrell, nice new segment. Well, what's the end game in this Middle East conflict? You have a radical Shia Iran wanting a obliteration of Western values, but Sunnis chilling, making money like Saudi Arabia and Dubai. Look, bro, you gotta, Kevin. See, this is bro. You need to watch some more of the debrief, my friend. You've been getting indoctrinated by that Western media, bro. You've been getting indoctrinated, Kevin. You know, it's time to stop eating a watermelon. All right, you got to put down the fried chicken and start watching some more debrief, bro. We've been going over this, but I'll quickly explain to you. That is all Western propaganda, my friend. Iran does not give a fuck about the United States. The only reason they have issue with us is because of Israel. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you. Okay? A lot of the problems that we have in the Middle East is because of our support of Israel. Okay? Get this through your fucking heads. And this is the uncomfortable truth that they don't want to tell you. Because if more Americans knew this, you know what they would do? They would say, why do we support Israel then? That's a dangerous question. That's a dangerous question, chat. Because if you ask that question, they have to give you proof as to why we support Israel. That's very difficult to do because there is nothing that we get from supporting Israel. So they don't like that fucking question. You understand? That is why they have to say they hate America. Instead of telling you the truth that they actually hate Israel. If we start supporting Israel tomorrow, the Muslim world would probably not give a fuck. We would see terrorist attacks drop off by 80%. I'm telling you guys. If we stopped supporting Israel, terrorist attacks would pretty much drop off from Islamic extremists. They would. They really would. That's what it is, bro. Read Letter to America. Read Osama bin Laden's Letter to America. There's a reason why they're suppressed and they don't want you guys to read it. But read it, bro. I think it's important that everyone be educated and understand why our enemies hate us. If you figure out why our enemies hate us, then we can have some diplomacy and make peace. I'm all for peace, man. I don't want wars. Wars are stupid. They really are. But we need to understand why the wars are happening, and they've been lying to you guys about why the wars are happening. They're telling you it's because we're a democracy. We're free. They don't want liberalism. Bro, they don't give a fuck about none of that shit. They're tired of us giving the Israelis money and aid to bomb their people. That's why. So, Kev, I hope that helps. Garav says, do you think Russia will back Iran? And if you think they will, to what extent? You know, I was having this discussion. I don't think so, bro. They didn't back Assad. And Assad, I would argue, is a bigger ally than the Iranians. They let Syria fall, and they got their hands full with Ukraine. So, nah, bro. I don't think they're going to back them. Maybe sell some weapons, maybe some logistical support here or there, continue to do trade. But nah. Ghost, shout out to you, Myron. Enjoy the content that requires a certain IQ to enjoy. I'm an annual subscriber on CC and now OSS. Thank you so much, bro. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family, my friend. Emac James, I've been wanting to ask you this too, but given the fact that you now know about DDG's situation, could you guys find common ground and be cool? I'll send him a text. How about that? Will that make you better, Emac? I'll send him a text. You know, I support DDG on this situation. I told you guys before that I'm not gonna really attack him while he's in the middle of this process of getting his kid back. Instead, I will reserve my jokes for Hallie, or whatever her name is, Halle Bailey, whatever the fuck that bitch's name is. because what she's doing to DDG is completely fucked. And regardless of my disagreements with DDG, I'm gonna stand by him in this situation. I hope he gets his son back, and then I can maybe make jokes on him after that. But for now, it's gonna be jokes on her until he gets either 50% custody or full custody of his kid. That bitch is crazy. I hope he gets his son back. And quite frankly, you guys can learn from DDG's situation that no one is safe from the family courts. And the thing that really made me mad, chat, just so you guys know, I've said this before, I'll say it again. The real reason why I'm so pissed off about the whole DDG situation, like what made me actually say I got to come out to this guy's fucking support, is that she filed a temporary restraining order on him. That's really low. That's really fucking low. And the reason why that's low is because now the guy is inhibited from like carrying a gun around, right? The guy's a rapper in LA. We know what it's like to be a rapper in LA. Very dangerous profession nowadays with the rise of drill music. So for her to put a TRO on him out of spite and impact his ability to defend himself in California, LA, pretty fucked up. Very nefarious. So that is why I said, fuck that, man. I'm not going to roast this guy. I just wanted to get his kid back, and then, we can go from there. But yeah, I hope he gets his son back. I wish him the best when it comes to that regard. Okay. Let's see here. I could put my differences aside for the greater good. You can always skip the kids on Monkey, but OME TV would be good. Warm up. Thanks, Myron. You are the best. We are one OSS battalion O/. Okay, cool. Pop, I will go ahead and I'll look into Monkey and OME TV and find a way to ensure that I don't fucking ever get a teenager on that bitch. And if honestly, I'm not going to do it on YouTube. We're going to do it on Kick only, or maybe Rumble, one of the two. But we're definitely not going to do it on YouTube. When we getting to Diddy? You know what? I covered Diddy yesterday, bro. It's the weekend, dude. No trial. I covered Diddy yesterday, though. Bear in mind, I think that people keep forgetting that Iran has a space program. Just having aerospace programs and biological containment experience means that the only thing they're missing is a rocket and launch data, which they could get location data from drones and confirmed strikes and the conversion calculations for reentry just a matter of time. Well, also, another reason why they have a space program, bro, is so they could have those fucking missiles. Because hypersonic missiles are just rockets, by the way, FYI. They go out into space, chat. We're going to watch a video on how hypersonic missiles work. I'll show you guys, because I do think that you guys, if we're going to continue to do this political commentary and we talk about capabilities and weapons and all this other shit, I think you guys need to know how some of these missiles work. And I know some of you guys might not know. So we're going to watch a video together on this. Let me go back in here real quick. What's going on here?
We are telling you it is a nuclear religion in order to make you think that that's happening. This is about nuclear energy. They want to.
All right. Twitter eats up a lot of fucking space on this shit. So let me close this tab out. Looks like there was something there. We'll watch that here, Prayer 305. New IAM music video, Riot, drops response in Los Angeles riots. It's a must-watch, Myron. Okay, if we have time. Climate 987, been watching for years, losing weight and getting money up. Thanks to you. This is my first time donating. You're the GOAT. Fuck the haters, fuck these 304s, and fuck the tiny hats. I appreciate that, Climate 987. Marto says, / we've taken the world. I just joined OSS. I watched you instead of the news or TV. I'm from Bulgaria. Nearest country from our friend Andrew Tate. Keep grinding. Thank you so much, bro. Do you plan on going to Andrew Wilson's new podcast with Jake Rattlesnake? Sure. Shout out to Andrew Wilson, man. He's a homie. Tom Jones, what was it? Like most guys here, I don't watch news anymore. I just watch you. I appreciate that, Tom. Take that seriously, and I got to keep giving you guys fire then. All right. I think we're caught up on chats. Marco Corleone, Myron Gaines, never got my shout out for joining LSS. Haha, but I definitely got your back. My Muslim brother is Palestinian. You calling out Israel's bullshit means the world to us. To all of us, we appreciate your hard work. I appreciate that, Marco. Yeah, well, you get your shout out right now, bro. Free Palestine, bro. You get your shout out right now, my friend. Shout out to all my Philistines. I work graveyard shift. I would be mindlessly scrolling if you didn't stream real news. I appreciate that, TJ Ho. TJ One Ho. It's a crazy name, but I appreciate it.
Poker in relaxing the.
Yo, shout out to all you guys donating on the Couch Club, on the OSS, by the way. I really appreciate that, guys. That is how you save money. Donate on OSS. Become an OSS member and donate on OSS. Watch the stream on OSS because we have hilarious fucking memes on there. They go crazy with the memes on there.
Iranians acting like he wanted restraint from Israel, but clearly knew this was going to happen. So it sounds like you're.
And I'm also going to get a view counter for the OSS as well, so I can put that up on screen so you guys can see how many people are watching on the OSS. So I'm going to get an OSS counter very soon. I'm going to get Bills to make it for me.
Pretty pleased with President Trump.
Yeah, look, like I said, I think the president got it right. Obviously, if we were given the heads up that this was going to happen, we could have prevented it. We could have delayed it. U.S. presidents have that ability. We have that relationship with the Israelis. This president decided to let it go forward. And so I think the president made the right decision. I also think it was the right decision to try to avoid this. He gave the Iranians 60 days, 5 rounds. Now, I disagreed with some of the information that was coming out about, maybe we would let them have some low-level enrichment. I was vocal about that at the time. But the president...
Of course you're vocal about it, because you're one of them boys, bro. Of course, man. Like, I'm not surprised.
The president's been clear, as...
These fucking dual allegiance fucking Zionists, bro. Right? Dual allegiance Zionists, man.
Of other presidents before him that Iran could not have a nuclear weapon. This president decided to let the Israelis finally start dismantling that program because the Iranians chose not to do that themselves.
Well, Congressman, we appreciate you being with us here tonight. We wish you the best of luck walking the hallways with your colleagues after offering up a rare compliment for President Trump from the Democrats. We do appreciate your time tonight.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
Noodle gifted a sub to Content GG. Guys, if you're watching on Kick and you don't have a badge or you're not subbed, say I'm a brokey and someone will probably gift you a sub. We got some awesome guys that watch on Kick. So if you guys aren't subbed, then go ahead and say I'm a brokey and someone will probably hook you up with a sub on Kick. All right, so let me go ahead and show you guys this because I do think that this is important. This channel is really good for this stuff. Shout out to AI. I tell you, I like this channel a lot. So now we're gonna see how hypersonic missiles work. Okay, guys.
Hypersonic missiles are a challenging technology to master because they are so fast that if the U.S. launched a Scramjet missile, it could reach China in just 18 minutes.
That's crazy, bro.
Traveling at speeds of Mach 5 and above.
Basically, Mach 5 is the speed of sound.
These scramjet engines collect oxygen from the atmosphere as they travel, mixing it with hydrogen fuel to create the combustion needed for hypersonic flight. Meanwhile, glide hypersonic vehicles like the Chinese Dongfeng 17 became the first to integrate into production.
OSS is the O/Squad, guys. It is my community where I basically stream to. I have, meetups. You guys can call in and basically support the mission. As you guys know, I've been demonetized for 2 years. So we're basically coming out with ways to be decentralized and not have to, worry about... Yeah, Kick doesn't have ads, by the way, guys. You can watch the show on Kick without getting any ads. So if you're getting ads on Rumble, you can sub on Rumble or you can watch on Kick, no ads on there. Whatever you prefer. I like to stay on all the platforms because I know some of you guys love YouTube. I know some of you guys love Rumble. I know some of you guys love Kick, so I'm everywhere. I try my best to not move you guys to platforms, even though I lose a lot of money in doing so because I want you guys to be able to enjoy the content, even though I lose some money in the process. If I really wanted to get a bag, I'll tell you guys all to just come to Kick because I'm on a creator program over there and you make the most money on Kick. But that's not my goal. Obviously, my thing is just to sustain the channel so that we can go ahead and be able to operate and do what we got to do and, and give you guys the content. You guys can watch it where you want. Sometimes I do move people over to Kick. Right, when it makes sense, but in general, I try to stay on all the platforms for you guys, right? I lose a bunch of money. I got like 2,700 people watching on YouTube that I'm not getting paid for. I should be moving y'all to Kick or Rumble, where I actually get AdSense, but I'm not going to do that because I know a lot of you guys want to watch on YouTube, so we might just keep this thing on YouTube the whole time. So, so I lose a lot of money doing that shit, guys. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, but, I want you guys to be able to enjoy the content, so it is what it is. But instead, if you're watching on YouTube, the best way that you can support is join the OSS. Okay, guys? So that is really it. We got Junior Russell says, and the link is below, guys. You can join for only $4. It's pinned at the top of the chat, too. Ben Netanyahu fled from his own country, leaving Israel without a leader as a crucial moment. Do you think he is willing to destroy his own country in order to not face the court's case consequences, sacrifice his own citizens? Here's the thing, bro. They're saying that he's actually in Jerusalem. He's hiding out in Jerusalem is what they're saying. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I thought that he was in Greece, but he might be back in Jerusalem. Junior Russell says, fight, fight, fight. Great job, my man. I got you, bro. I am fighting, man. They try to censor me, but we're still here. Someone's saying, end YouTube if you don't pay, you can't watch. Look, man, I understand that. I understand that. I know you guys are saying that. What I do now is I'll like give them a certain amount of time on YouTube, and then I will switch over to a Rumble or Kick. So, but yeah. But I'll tell you guys this. You know, no other YouTuber would be doing this, bro. If niggas weren't getting AdSense, they would have been quit and been done, bro. So, yeah. Like, you think bitch-ass Abba and Preach, bro? Man, if those niggas ever got fucking demonetized, they'd be cooked. Someone's saying YouTube has better UI. I get it. Some of you guys don't want to leave because you like the UI better. It's fine. It is what it is.
With conventional and nuclear warheads. They are also designed to target U.S. aircraft carriers, as they can change their trajectory mid-flight. This U.S. Aero AGM...
Someone said censored, you're live on YouTube. Hey, Elon Von Braun, are you retarded? I'm demonetized, bro, and I'm shadow banned. So yes, I am censored, stupid fuck.
Hypersonic weapon is a missile within a missile which pops out its cover and uses only the glide vehicle kinetic energy as a weapon. And
TJ gave Danny Boy a sub. Thank you so much, TJ1775. You're single-handedly helping these brokies be able to use the emotes. And yes, if you guys are watching on Rumble or on Kick, I have a bunch of funny emotes that you can get access to from subscribing. I think you guys can see in the chat what some of them are. Yeah, they're pretty much, yeah, they're kind of racist, but they're funny. WSS for fresh updates. Appreciate that. Hippo says, yo, just wanted to say Mach 1 is measured at the speed of sound, bro. It's 5 times faster. Okay, my bad, Hippo. Can you give us a time when you're dropping new merch? Brett is working on that. I don't know. Let me ask him right now, actually. He's probably in the, I don't know if he's in the chat. Let me ask him. Oh, I think we're going to drop July 4th, chat. Oh, yeah, you also get discounts on the merch. That's the other part of the OSS. Watching from Oman, we are close to Iran. Air traffic was crowded on our airspace. Hold on. Apparently, the U.S. and Iran were supposed to have diplomatic talks tomorrow here, but that's gone. Yeah, no, definitely not going to have them. Marco Coleon, do you think the $4 billion oil deal that was in the works between Russia and Iran wouldn't be a good incentive for Russia to aid Iran, as well as it being a payback for U.S. Backing Ukraine? I don't think so, bro. They didn't, like I said before, they didn't come in to support Assad, so I don't think that they would come in to support Iran, and if they do, they're going to do it from a distance. Good response. I'll stay tuned. As you know, I've always been on the outside looking in thinker, but I enjoy learning all perspectives. And Ninja, you darker than me, upgrade to Gorilla Soundbites. Okay. AFG Base says, thank you, Myron, for grinding so hard and literally working as if you're still broke. It's really motivating. I'm proud to be a supporter. I appreciate that, AFG. I am. Yep, I'm still working as if I'm broke, guys. I am. I really am, bro. I'm working out now more with more money than when before, but I enjoy it, man. I enjoy it. I like that you guys are learning a lot. I really enjoy interacting with you guys. And that's why I do it, bro. Nice new segment, but what's the end game in the Middle East conflict? Do you have a radical? Oh no, sorry, we got that one.
And not to forget the
All
Russian
right, let's go back to figuring out how hypersonic missiles work.
hypersonic missile like the Kinzhal. More details all in the video ahead. To qualify as a hypersonic missile, it must possess 3 key attributes: speed, maneuverability, and accuracy. Let's look at speed. As we all know, Mach 1 represents the speed of sound, which serves as our benchmark. To better understand this, let's make—
My bad. I always confuse this shit. Yeah, Mach 1 is speed of sound. Holy shit. I'm over here thinking, yeah. Thank you very much for the correction. Sorry, guys. I'm a little tired. It's 5 in the morning, man. Still streaming. So, yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. So now you guys understand, this video is very important so that we understand hypersonic missiles and how they work, etc. so that when we talk about Iran and the missiles and everything else like that, you guys are going to know. But I know Iran has already hit Israel with a couple of hypersonic missiles, which the Iron Dome cannot stop.
Make a few comparisons. Commercial airliners, for example, fly subsonically, just below Mach 1. In contrast, modern fighter jets can travel supersonically.
Interesting. Emac James says, recommendation for you, Myron. Can you drop OSS dog tags so you can identify who's in the fight when we do meetups? Since I'm a person that takes action. All right, I got you, Emac. I messaged Brett. We're going to get fucking do it. We're going to get dog tags. Let's fucking do it. We're going to get dog tags. We'll do it. Way the key. Myron, please make fun of the retards WNBA more as spamming white privilege. Sure, I'll make fun of WNBA players. They suck. You can call me Pop Pop for short. Can we make OSS chats show up on stream like Myron Gaines X? They're on stream. They're literally on screen right now, bro. If you guys look, look, test. You should see Castle Club chats coming in. Let me see. Are they not showing? All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna make sure that shit shows up right now. Hold on. All right. Let's start going crazy. Yeah. Now you guys can see. Yeah, your guys' chats are right there. It just looks like locals. But yeah, you guys are in the chat. Niggas can see you, baby. All the chats are combined. Shout out to fucking Bills, by the way. Because Bills, I don't know what the fuck he did, but basically he has it where YouTube, Rumble, OSS, Kick, all one fucking chat, man. I don't know how the hell he did it, but he did it. So yeah, all the chats are right there. So my OSS guys, you can go ahead and talk with the other guys, and like all the platforms are there. But it's hilarious because it's like you guys can all see each other's comments. So I've seen it before where like the Rumble guys make fun of the YouTube guys and call them like idiots. And then I see like, the OSS or Castle Club guys making fun of the other guys. So it's funny because like all the chats are on one screen. So you guys can literally talk to each other regardless of what platform you're on. So it's lit.
Reaching speeds of Mach 2 or 3. When we refer to hypersonic...
And I'll tell you guys this. I haven't seen anybody put a code like this because this isn't restream chat. It's some other shit. So, hey, we're out here, baby. You're a hoe, just subscribed. Okay, I appreciate that. Nigga's name is really you're a hoe. Okay. Mach 5 is equivalent to 3,836.34 miles per hour. That's basically like Barry Allen, the Flash. But one retard on YouTube hating on me because I got certain knowledge that he doesn't have. Okay, your boy Lemo. You guys can battle it out on the chats. I'll tell you how that. Jordan intercepted Iranian drones targeting Israel earlier. I'm curious their relation, given that Jordan is a Muslim country. So Jordan is basically cucked, okay, guys? Jordan and Israel's relationship is they're allies, but they're allies because the United States gives Jordan an enormous amount of money to play nice with Israel. So basically, Jordan, despite having wars with them in the past, is cucked to Israel because the United States pays them. So they will knock down missiles that go through their airspace that Iran is sending over for sure.
Speeds, we're talking about anything Mach 5 and above. Space shuttles are an example of vehicles that travel hypersonically, often reaching speeds between Mach 20 and 24. But these can travel only for short distances at this speed. To sum it up, a hypersonic missile should cross Mach 25, which is around 19,000 miles per hour. But wait, that's not it. Hypersonic missiles should also have the capability of covering vast distances, such as from New York to Russia or from China to Texas and vice versa. There are 3 types of hypersonic missiles.
Hasworld gifted a sub to TK102. Thank you so much, bro.
The Scramjet air-breathing missile from America. Then comes the glide hypersonic missiles like the Chinese DF-17 and the American Arrow in full-form air-launched rapid response weapon. Finally, we have the Russian tried and tested Kinzhal missile. Let's take a look at the difference between a ramjet and a scramjet missile in a super simplified animation. A good example of the ramjet engine is this BrahMos supersonic cruise missile. The ramjet's intake takes in high-pressure air from the region in front of a high-speed object moving through the air. The intake slows the air to subsonic speed, increasing its pressure and temperature. In the combustion chamber, fuel is mixed with the compressed air and ignited, causing it to rapidly expand. This high-pressure, high-temperature exhaust gas is expelled through the nozzle, providing propulsion for the vehicle. Let's take a look at how a scramjet engine works. Step 1. The engine draws in an immense volume of air at extremely high speeds. The air intake is a critical step as it ensures that the scramjet engine has the necessary oxygen supply for combustion at hypersonic velocities. In Step 2 phase, the fuel is injected into the engine and plays a dual role. Not only does it serve as the propellant, but also cools the engine walls. This cooling process is essential to prevent the engine components from overheating due to the intense friction and temperatures generated at hypersonic speeds. And Step 3, it is where combustion of the fuel and air mixture takes place. This is the most complex and critical part of the scramjet process. The challenge lies in maintaining stable combustion at speeds where the airflow can exceed 19,000 miles per hour. Engineering this step requires a deep understanding of aerodynamics, thermodynamics, and fluid dynamics to ensure that the fuel continues to burn effectively under such extreme conditions. Finally, at Step 4, the energized high-temperature gases produced during combustion are then fed through the injectors. These gases are expelled at high velocities through the exhaust, generating thrust. This process accelerates the vehicle to speeds of Mach 5 and beyond, propelling it into the realm of hypersonic travel. Let's take a look inside a hypersonic missile. At the front is the cone, which can also accommodate a small warhead if needed. Just behind it are the batteries required for the avionics equipment, which guide the missile to its designated target. As a hypersonic missile, it still requires a fuel system to inject the right amount of hydrogen, which is stored in this tank here. Moving further back, we have the nozzle and adapter. Finally, we have the booster. Interestingly, this is a modified ATACMS supersonic missile. This missile has been used on the MLRS platform and can reach speeds of up to Mach 1. When it reaches a certain altitude, the missile separates from the booster, allowing it to activate the scramjet engine to reach 5 times the speed of sound. Reports say that China has successfully launched the hypersonic glide vehicle, also called the Dongfeng 17 or East Wind in Chinese. The primary difference between the Chinese and American hypersonic missiles is that the American Arrow is launched from a Boeing B-52 as its primary transport, while the Chinese hypersonic missile is launched from a 5-axle transporter erector launcher, the WS-2500, produced by Wanshan. The DF-17 is a $120 million solid-fueled weapon, measures around 11 meters in
$120 million, bro. Holy.
length, and weighs around 15,000 kilograms. When compared to a person, it looks huge. Let's take a look at its parts and functions. The DF-17 has 2 stages. The first one has a standard ballistic booster, and the second stage contains a low-flying projectile. This is used for attacking a target following the first stage's ballistic re-entry. The booster is being burrowed from this DF-16, which again is a short-range ballistic missile. While at the top is this hypersonic glide vehicle, which can fly on a lower trajectory than intercontinental ballistic missiles, making them harder to intercept. Interestingly, China has also designed these weapons to destroy Western or US aircraft carriers apart from it, carrying conventional and nuclear warhead. Let's take a look at how this works. When ready, the 10x10 heavy-duty military truck can turn the launcher to a 90-degree angle. At a press of a button, it will
Emax said, let's fucking go. Myron, them OSS tags going to be hitting different. We're training in the gym. Hey, man. I just hit Brett up to see how we can do it.
launch the solid state's booster to a certain altitude. This booster will initiate separation and launch the glide vehicle, and will then drop to a very low altitude. But the difference is that this can fly close to land or sea. By doing this, it avoids being detected by radar. That's not it. It can also change its trajectory mid-air at a staggering speed of Mach 5. This can become a huge threat for a carrier strike group to detect and destroy this missile anything within a range of 2,500 kilometers, which translated to around 1,553 miles. Apart from the Russian Zherka hypersonic missile, which we haven't seen tested, let's take a look at the Kinzhal missile. As you can see, these are very similar. Some analysts believe they even share many components with the infamous Iskander land-based ballistic missiles. Comparing this to a person will help you understand its size, since it's really huge. Starting from the bottom, we have the ejection pod. The second section consists of steerable fins attached to these jet vanes. The third part of the missile is the rocket motor. This is the missile's guidance section. Finally, the last part is the warhead section, which weighs around 500 kilograms or 1,100 pounds. All of this engineering propels the missile to an astonishing terminal speed of Mach 12, which is approximately 14,700 kilometers per hour or 9,207 miles per hour. It is reported to have a range of 2,000 kilometers or 1,204.
Yo, isn't it crazy that they have this advanced weaponry, but like we still got like world hunger? Fucking kids starving and dying because they can't get water or some food, bro. Shit's crazy, man. Shout out to Kevin Terrell says, okay, this is some eerie algorithm shit. I just scrolled YouTube right now, and there's a video on Fox News titled Endgame for Iran and Israel. It's a 5-minute video. I already asked that earlier. What the fuck? Oh, man. All right, guys, I'm going to play this video a little bit longer. I'm going to go get a protein shake real quick and some other shit. I'll be right back.
42 miles. Let's look at how this works. Step 1. The missile requires a platform, such as the MiG-31 Foxhound, which is a long-range supersonic interceptor. It can go up to a maximum speed of Mach 1.4 at low altitudes, which was the fastest in the 1980s. Step 2. The pilot releases the missile and the protective cap ejects at a safe distance. Step 3. After a few seconds, the missile's engines ignite, allowing it to accelerate to supersonic speeds. These can also be upgraded with a nuclear warhead, making it one of the most dangerous weapons on the battlefield. The American AGM Air-Launched Rapid Response Weapon Arrow is a hypersonic missile developed by Lockheed Martin, with a price tag of $18 million and a program cost of $2.2 billion. It consists of two main components, a booster rocket and a glide vehicle, housed beneath a protective cover. Like the Chinese, this glide vehicle can hit speeds of around Mach 5.
Hey guys, question. I don't hear as much static on my headphones now, but how does the mic sound? Does the mic sound good? I brought it down so the ambient noise, I think I brought the gain down is what I brought down. I brought the gain down, but I'm increasing the volume of the mic. So that should hopefully make it sound better. Hold on. There we go. So yeah, that should make it sound better. So yeah, I brought the gain down so it doesn't pick up as much ambient fucking noise. So it should be better and crispier.
And above.
Yeah, niggas, I'm still awake. I still am. I messaged Chris to see if he wants to play some Marvel Rivals, but he didn't answer. Fucking loser.
Let's take a look at how this works. The B-52 bomber currently serves as the primary launch platform. It can carry around 4 missiles under each wing.
All right, sounds a little bit lower. Okay, let me turn it up. All right, now that should be really good. You guys should be able to hear me pretty damn good. I got it turned up all the fucking way now. Mic is all the way up. So you guys should be able to hear me good. Less gain, which means less ambient noise in the background. So are we crispy now, chat? If we are crispy 100%, give me that O/ in the chat. And if you guys are watching on Rumble or on Kick, you guys have that emote there if you are a member. So give me O/ if it's good altogether. If you niggas are on YouTube, well, you got to just deal with the fucking regular O/. So, all right, cool. It sounds good.
Target is identified. The B-52 flies approximately 3,000 miles towards the target. The missile is then dropped after a few seconds, and the booster engine is then activated, covering around a few hundred miles. The covers pop off, revealing a glide vehicle underneath this warhead. It then detaches unpowered and travels up to a speed of Mach 20, creating impact powerful to a bomb. After reaching a suitable altitude, the glide vehicle drops to a specific height, skimming the sea or land surface while changing directions to avoid any anti-air missile systems. This system was intended to target, destroy, or disable Russian and Chinese aircraft carriers. However, reports suggest that the $2 billion program was a failure, as unofficial testing and experimentation are ongoing at this moment. We also make original engineering content, so please subscribe and hit the notification bell.
I like this channel a lot. Also, they made a video, which we're going to watch together. I was waiting to watch it with you guys, but it came out 2 different videos. Iran-U.S. airbase strikes plan explained, right? And then how Israel strikes Iran nuclear sites. So let's All right, let's do this one first, then we'll watch the other one.
Iran's military strategy for targeting U.S. air bases in the Middle East would likely rely on a coordinated, multi-domain approach. By combining its missile arsenal, drone capabilities, and proxy forces, Iran aims to overwhelm American...
Captain Cook says, Nigga Myron, you sleep in Israel, just attack Iran. All right, we'll look at that in a second. Marco Corleone says, with these hypersonic missiles, Iran could send thousands dirty bombs, irradiated bombs before Israel could respond. Fair. Cool. All right, let's go back. Let's keep watching this. I'll join that Twitter space, guys, and we'll get some more updates here in a second.
...defenses and inflict significant damage. Among the high-value targets, Iran would likely prioritize our Al Udeid air base in Qatar, naval support activity, NS at Bahrain.
And just so you guys know, I've told you guys this for months, that Iran could target all these different military bases all across the Gulf. So now this channel is going to explain to you guys which bases and how. But I told you guys this already. So, hey, man, I hate being right all the time, but, you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Multiple U.S. military bases in Iraq and Al Dhafra Air Base in the United Arab Emirates. This approach reflects Tehran's broader strategic objectives, deterring U.S. military intervention, retaliating decisively in the event of conflict, and asserting its influence across the region. One of the most probable targets in a direct confrontation is Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. As the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East, it hosts around 8,000 American troops and serves as the regional headquarters for U.S. Central Command. The base plays a crucial role in supporting air operations across the region and is a central pillar of the U.S. military presence in the Gulf. To strike Al Udeid and similar bases, Iran could deploy ballistic missiles such as the Fadi-110, which has a range of about 300 kilometers, or the Qunan-1, capable of reaching up to 800 kilometers. If it uses a proximity fuse, it may detonate just above the surface, airburst, to maximize fragmentation and increase the affected area. Complete destruction of unarmored structures and lethal to unprotected personnel. Extreme overpressure, possibly 100 to 300 psi in this zone, will destroy hardened aircraft shelters, fuel tanks, and command posts if directly hit. Depending on where these missiles are launched.
Shout out to Emac James with the 5 give the subs. Thank you so much, bro.
Welcome, punch!
From they pose a credible threat to key U.S. installations across the Gulf. In Bahrain, the Naval Support Activity NS at base serves as the headquarters of the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and the U.S. Fifth Fleet. With more than 9,000 American personnel stationed there, it is the only permanent U.S. naval shore base in the Middle East. Its port facilities are capable of accommodating aircraft carriers and amphibious ships, making it a vital maritime hub. Given NSA Bahrain's role, Iran may also target U.S. warships in port or operating in nearby waters. It possesses a highly developed arsenal of anti-ship cruise missiles, launched from coastal batteries or naval platforms, which can threaten U.S. naval superiority in the Persian Gulf. Iran may also exploit proxy forces in Yemen and pro-Iranian militias in Iraq to launch indirect attacks or stir instability within Bahrain itself. In Kuwait, the U.S. maintains a strong presence at Camp Arifshan and Ali al-Salem Air Base, which together host around 13,500 troops as of 2021. These facilities act as key operational and logistical hubs, particularly for U.S. missions in Iraq and the broader Gulf region. Since I've been traveling to the UK and Ireland recently, we've had to rely on airport Wi-Fi, which can be dangerously insecure. Using VPN, family, or even your entire ship missile, produced during the Cold War, is employed for the attacking mission. When launched, the first stage booster fires off for 2 to 3 seconds, after which the second stage takes off. It searches for a target using analog radar. When locked and ready, it can destroy a ship using a hollow-shaped charged warhead. This has the potential to either destroy or sink a cargo ship if it hits at the right angle. Scenario 2. This involves the use of a Soviet-era missile that was re-engineered by the Iranians, converting it into an anti-ship missile. The converted SA-2 missile can be launched from within 45 kilometers or 28 miles from the target. Take, for example, the US destroyers sailing through the Red Sea. The Houthis' forces fired 3 anti-ship ballistic missiles capable of traveling at a speed of Mach 3.5, along with 2 land attack cruise missiles in the southern Red Sea over a 10-hour period that commenced at approximately 6:30 in the morning on December 26. These actions create a psychological impact and disrupt trade routes. Fortunately, the US destroyer's defense system kicks in and successfully destroys the incoming threats. As a result, there was no damage to ships in the area and no injuries were reported. Speaking of Iraq, several US military bases are located relatively close to Iran's western border. Their proximity places them well within range of Iranian missile strikes, adding to the strategic and tactical complexity of the region's security landscape. Iran's missile forces are dispersed across hardened underground bases and mobile launchers, which enhance their survivability and make rapid, surprise strikes more feasible. These launch platforms are designed to withstand preemptive attacks and deliver quick retaliatory blows. In terms of targeting, Iran would likely aim to paralyze air operations by striking runways, fuel storage facilities, aircraft shelters, command centers, and logistics nodes. The objective would be to degrade US combat capability quickly and limit its ability to respond effectively. This is Tower 22, which houses a small US logistics outpost located in Jordan's northeast close to the borders with Iraq and Syria. Now let's examine how this incident might have occurred. A one-way drone, flying at a very low altitude, crashed and exploded into one of the barracks where the soldiers were sleeping, causing chaos and resulting in the loss of lives for several US soldiers. However, here's the million-dollar question: how the US air defense system failed to counter the enemy drone. As an American drone was returning from a mission, the air defenses were turned off to allow this friendly drone to land. As a result, the Coyote interceptor drones, which are the air defense system, was disabled to avoid friendly fire. At this moment, a kamikaze drone struck the US Tower 22 barrack. Since we honestly do not know which type of Iranian drone hit the US base, these are the possible one-way UAS or, in simpler terms, kamikaze drones that were responsible for the attack. Farther south in the United Arab Emirates, the US operates out of Al Dhafra Air Base. This key installation hosts a range of advanced aircraft, including F-16s, A-10s, F-22 Raptors, and surveillance drones like the MQ-9 Reaper and RQ-4 Global Hawk. The 380th Air Expeditionary Wing, with roughly 5,000 personnel, is also stationed there. Like other US bases in the region, Al Dhafra lies well within range of Iranian missile systems and would be a high-priority target if tensions escalated into open conflict. We make original videos from scratch, so please do subscribe and hit the notification bell for more videos. On June 13th,
and also, and this is just from yesterday, so we're going to talk about how Israel did these strikes. The other thing that you guys need to understand is that Iran has a lot of drones, okay? Russia actually uses a lot of them, and they're cheap to make, and they use them often. They have a huge drone program. Let's see here. EMAC James gifted another 5 subs. Thank you so much, bro. So a lot of you guys that are broke, he's helping you guys out on Kick. So now you guys should be able to get those subs, and you can go ahead and use the funny emotes that we got. Russia will get involved. Iran is closer to Russia by land, water, and air than Syria is to Russia. Well, keep in mind that Russia had a port that they were using, man, and gave them a lot of strategy, and they still didn't do anything. Cabot Cook says, Myra, when are we going to go all day and watching documentaries? Very soon, my friend. We're going to go back to watching FBI files. I missed that shit. Nick Myra, you sleep in Israel oh, that was from before. Okay, let's watch this video, and then we're going to go back. After we watch this video, guys, because then we'll know how Israel attacked these nuclear facilities. We're going to go back on Twitter and get the deal on what's going on here.
2025, Israel launched a series of large-scale precision strikes targeting Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The operation was codenamed Rising Lion. After months of research, we've mapped out these secret Iranian nuclear sites, some hidden deep underground, others in plain sight. Each location reveals part of the bigger picture. But more importantly, we need to understand why Israel is so determined to halt Iran's nuclear enrichment, which according to Israeli intelligence, Iran's centrifuge may be just days away from producing a nuclear bomb. Not to forget the detailed process of how they are made. We'll also break down Israel's strategy and examine the targeted sites and uncover the real reasons behind this dramatic escalation, all in the video ahead. Iran has several nuclear programs, but let's take a look at some of the key underground facilities. First, we have Fordo Nuclear Programmed. It is an enrichment site built into a mountain, providing better protection against potential bombardment compared to the fuel enrichment plant. The second site is the Natanz Nuclear Facility. It houses several facilities, including 2 enrichment stations, the vast underground fuel enrichment plant, and the above-ground pilot fuel enrichment refinery. The third nuclear facility is Isfahan, the largest nuclear technology center located on the outskirts of the city. It includes the fuel plate fabrication plant and a uranium conversion facility capable of processing uranium into uranium hexafluoride, which is then fed into centrifuges. The fourth nuclear site is Kandab. Iran has a partially built heavy water research reactor here, originally called Arak, but now known as Kandab. Finally, we have Bushehr, Iran's only operational nuclear power plant located on the Gulf Coast. It uses Russian fuel, which is then returned to Russia once spent, thereby reducing the proliferation risk. Let's take a look at a simplified version of how Iran's nuclear extraction and enrichment process works. This is the uranium ore, and it is extracted using a drill that pulls the reamer up through the pilot hole, widening it. The broken ore then falls into what is known as an extraction chamber. Next, a bulldozer, operated remotely to keep the operator at a safe distance from falling rock hazards, picks up the uranium rock. Fast forward, the uranium is then condensed, ground, and placed into a centrifuge for further enrichment. Everyone is talking about centrifuge enrichment, but let's explore how it actually works. In this visualization, the green dots represent uranium-238 atoms, while the blue dots represent the concentration of uranium-235 atoms. This first batch is natural uranium, which contains only 0.7% of uranium-235. Here, in this image, we have 5% low-enriched uranium, which is used for commercial nuclear power plants. Finally, we have weapons-grade uranium, which contains 90% uranium-235. As you can see, almost all the uranium-238 has been removed, and it is replaced by uranium-235 representing the color blue. Let's show how this is extracted through super simplified animation. The centrifuge consists of a high-grade tube with a spinning motor at the bottom and a feeding tube at the top. Uranium is fed into the centrifuge as a gas called uranium hexafluoride. As the motor spins at high speed, the heavier uranium-238 is separated from the lighter uranium-235 using centrifugal force. The uranium-235 floats to the top and is collected at this section of the centrifuge, while the heavier uranium-238 in the color green falls to the bottom of the centrifuge and the enrichment process is complete. Let's take a look at how Israel uses its air force to strike nuclear targets. At 3:30 in the morning, Israel launched around 200 fighter jets deployed over 330 munitions to strike dozens of nuclear and military targets. Iran's primary enrichment site and missile production complexes. Although these routes may seem straightforward, they involve complex planning, including calculations for air refueling and coordinating attack aircraft to pass through Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. They also neutralize potential air defense threats in Syria and Iraq to ensure a safe return in case they were targeted. Israel's strategy was to attack Iran in 3 waves. The first wave targeted surface air-to-air sites, radar installations, and Iran's air defense headquarters in Tehran, Elam, and Khuzestan. The second wave focused on destroying ballistic missiles, and finally, the third wave targeted military manufacturing industries. To avoid Iranian air defenses, they used the ROX missiles, which allowed them to strike from positions closer to enemy targets without requiring jets to penetrate deep into Iranian territory. Surprisingly, the Iranian Bavar 373 air defense system performed better than expected. We'll also look into how this air defense missile works and the strength of the Iranian Air Force, all in the video ahead. Let's us first look at Israel fighter jets used in the operations. The tip of the spears are the 5th generation F-35 fighter jets, S-16 air defense jets, and F-15 ground attack jets, which covered approximately 1,600 kilometers, translating to around 1,000 miles. While the weapons of choice were the Blue Arrow long-range supersonic missile and the ROX next-generation extended standoff air-to-surface missile. To cover such distances, air refueling tankers were used between flights. This measure was taken in case they needed to engage in a dogfight with Iranian fighter jets and also while returning from their mission. ROX is Israel's next-generation extended standoff air-to-surface ballistics missile. Israel's strike also took out General Hossein Salami, one of the country's most powerful and influential military commanders. It also allows the weapon to hit targets that have moved from their original positions. But in area of high-threat situation, these bombs typically use a GPS-enabled inertial guidance system to guide them to the general target area, before switching to an imaging infrared seeker for the terminal stage of flight, destroying the targets with deep penetration or blast fragmentation as required. Surprisingly, the Bayvar 373 and S-300 missiles successfully intercepted Israeli drones and some missiles. Let's take a quick look at the Bayvar 373. This system uses Sayed-4 missiles, which are housed in 2 rectangular launch canisters. It features a phased array radar system for tracking both aerodynamic targets and ballistic missiles over medium to long ranges. One of the radars used in the Bayvar 373 is the Mirai 4, a phased array radar with a range of 450 kilometers, which Iran claims this system can simultaneously track up to 200 targets. The Israeli attack can be divided into 3 distinct phases: first, second, and third wave, each targeting critical components of Iran's military infrastructure. Speaking of targets, since I've been traveling to the UK and Ireland recently, we've had to rely on airport Wi-Fi, which can be dangerously insecure. The first wave focuses on disabling Iran's air defense systems. Tehran, Elam, and Qubzez, that are some of the region-verified attacks also confirmed by Iran that were hit or partially damaged. Key targets include surface-to-air missile or SAM sites and radar installations, crucial for early detection and defense against aerial assaults. Iran's air defense headquarters confirmed the attacks happened, which aimed to cripple the nation's ability to track and respond to future incoming threats. While the second wave targets Iran's missile capabilities, specifically focusing on neutralizing both ballistic and hypersonic missile systems. At least 3 missile bases were attacked in a second round or second wave of Israeli strike. IDF drones also targeted the secretive Parchin military base in the outskirts of Tehran, and finally 1 drone made it through the Iranian air defense and hit the base while others were shot down. These strikes are designed to prevent Iran from launching retaliatory missile strikes. The third and final wave focuses on destroying key military barracks and manufacturing facilities essential to Iran's missile production and military logistics. Targets include the Qadiri Barracks and Hassan Khan Castle, a missile manufacturing and preparation center. The Sepah Air Force Logistics Center and Imam Ali Barracks are allegedly included in this phase to disrupt logistical support and command structures. Israel were trying to target these missiles bases like the Fatah 1 and Fatah 2 missiles. It was used for the first time and is one of Iran's advanced missile systems. What sets it apart from other ballistic missiles is its ability to accelerate outside the Earth's atmosphere, while its aerodynamic control surfaces enable steering to evade the famous Aero Missiles defense system made by Israel. Israel was also looking to strike these ground-launched ballistic missiles that targeted the IDF bases. Israel also wants to dismantle. The Shahab 3 is the foundation for all of Iran's medium-range ballistic missiles and uses liquid propellant. From outer space, military satellites will pick up targets like this heavily fortified bunker. The Israeli are also believed to have tested these newly built LoRa missiles. Coordinates data have to brief and assign to a designated attack aircraft to strike with precision without entering into enemy airspace. This is LoRa, a ballistic missile precision engineered for accuracy capable of engaging strategic assets deep within hostile territory, from jet fighters to a heavy mission aircraft like this one. According to the company, Air LoRa can travel across vast distances, delivering fast response impact without engaging their defense systems or encroaching on enemy airspace. It does this by striking from above at a 90-degree angle with supersonic speed. This air ballistic missile can penetrate air defense shield carrying a warhead that can be guided by GPS and inertial navigation system that is immune to jamming. It is also equipped with a huge warhead that ensures critical targets are neutralized with a single strike. You might be asking, where are the Iranian fighter jets and how do they compare against Israel in this attack? Let's break this down into several parts. To fight against the F-16 and F-35 jets, the Iranian have the tip of the spear. It consists of American-made aircraft, around 64 numbers of F-4 Phantoms that Iran purchased during the Shah's regime. The F-4 Phantom is Iran's primary attack aircraft and is considered the backbone of the Iranian Air Force. In addition, Iran possesses around 40 numbers of F-14 Tomcats, also American-made, which still have the capability to pose a threat to the F-35. Iran also acquired approximately 30 MiG-29 multi-role fighter jets from Russia, interestingly designed to counter the F-16. The second part of the air defense is the $800 million S-300 air defense system, which is capable of intercepting targets at a range of 120 kilometers that translates to about 75 miles. When launched on a ballistic trajectory, it can reach distances of up to 400 kilometers, that is around 250 miles. But they might have intercepted low-flying cruise missiles, otherwise it could have been a much larger destruction if not for these air defense systems. We also make original engineering content, so please subscribe and hit the notification bell for more videos.
All right. Crazy stuff. What's this? Oh, this came out today too. How Israel strikes. Okay. Let's go ahead and go back on Twitter chat. And kind of get the update. Oh shit. Bro, look at this shit. This is when they hit Tel Aviv earlier. See, the Israelis don't like it when they get hit. How does it feel to get bombed, Israel? So what they've been doing to the Middle East for years, bro. Look, man, I don't wish death upon anybody. I don't like seeing destruction like this, but Israel's been doing this to the Middle East for decades, chat. Decades. They don't like it when the shoe's on the other foot. Clearly. And she said, "Dear Lord, this is Tel Aviv." See? They're not used to getting hit back.
Iran. But I'm a little bit surprised because I was hoping to see a lot of neighboring countries such as Afghanistan, Pakistan, Turkmenistan, maybe East.
All right, let's go through breaking Israeli army who assassinated non-prominent scientists and experts who were contributing to the Iranian regime's plan to obtain nuclear weapons. This is called terrorism. Okay, so let's go ahead and look through. Bilzerian airport is closed until further notice. Iran's defense system resumes activity in some cities. An Iranian missile landed within just a few meters of the residence of a former high-ranking Israeli security official, Israeli media. I've never seen such destruction. It feels like I'm standing in Gaza. Wow. Hold on. Man, the Israelis don't like it when it's on the other foot, huh? God damn.
Collapses as a nation, it will not benefit anyone in that region. It will only create more problems. So thank you again. I just want to add that point.
I'll add a couple of points as well. Russia and China, they do have strategic resources within Syria still. I know people don't want to say that, but Russia still have
over 170 injured in Iran's overnight missiles.
And China has actually been doing
they're striking back.
Belt and Road Initiative types of less commonly known negotiations around different ports in the region.
So well, they definitely didn't die from the flu or corona, but the people I dealt with are dead. Okay. Don't forget this. Netanyahu admits Israel has been arming looting gangs in Gaza. Not surprised. Breaking loud explosions heard in Tabriz. Iran warns U.S. and France their bases ships will be targeted if they help stop Tehran strikes on Israel. Ballistic missile impact. This was in Tel Aviv. Holy shit. Okay, let me leave this shit and come back. Bruh. Yo. All right. Breaking an Israeli airstrike at a residential complex in Tehran killed at least 60 people, Iranian state media. This is from Al Jazeera. This is missiles hitting.
ايه الصاروخ اللي استحقش ده يا ايران
ايه الصاروخ اللصق عكس ده يا ايران؟ الصاروخ نزل قال لك ايه ده مش هنا؟ طب هنزل واغير. صاروخ واحد مش كفايه، عايزينها طول الليل شغاله. صاروخ واحد مش كفايه، عايزينها طول الليل شغاله. يا سلام يا سلام. الرد الايراني والاسرائيلي بيقول يعني لا 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 لا. الصاروخ الثاني والاسرائيلي بيعاني. لا 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 يا دين النبي. الملعب ولع. اتحرك يا كابتن افريقان، اتحرك يا حاوي. تل ابيب بتولع. تل واد ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده.
Bro, what the fuck, man? All right, man. Yo, what the fuck, bro? Okay. Whatever. Break our Iranian armed forces, Zionist entity and supporters make mistakes if they think killing our leaders will weaken our capabilities. News of attack on defense. Breaking Iranian TV. 20 children were among the victims, and the bodies of 10 of them have been recovered so far. U.S. covertly supplied Israel with 300 Hellfire missiles used in strikes in Iran. The Trump administration secretly transferred 300 Hellfire missiles to Netanyahu prior to bombing Iran, intercepting retaliatory missiles. USA, Palestine. Bro. Okay. Holy shit. Iran promises more strikes on Israel. Senior Iranian officials say the confrontation is not over. This will not end with last night's limited actions. All right, let's go back into space here, see what's going on.
Of evil that we have in this entity, because it's based on a false.
But that's not gonna set the result. Good. It's not going to be good versus evil winning. It's going to be strategic power winning. Power is what will win, and by power, you have to remember, I'm not talking about just military.
Shout out to Finnish guy. $50. I fuck with your content. I'm 19, electrician, home and land owner, bought, not inherited. Have watched your content for years and now have some disposable income. I want to thank you for the free content all these years. Thank you, Finnish guy. I really appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much, bro. Dude, you could have taken $5 more than and joined up for the year for OSS. Join OSS, bro. It's only $4. Okay. Get in there. Okay. That is the best way to support so that we can stay independent, brother. Thank you so much for that support, man. Guys, if you guys want to donate to the show, I really appreciate it, but I want you guys to join OSS first. Then we could do the gifted subs and the Rumble rants and the Myron Gaines X. I want the army strong, so then we can build from there. We need the base strong, and OSS is going to be the core, guys. OSS is going to be the core. They can't take that from us. They can't stop us, so we can be 100% independent. Nobody will be able to control what the fuck we do. All right, and I've realized with the way that I make content, we need that that ability to be autonomous. So we need 10,000 guys. The goal is 10,000 on what's it called? OSS. Actually, no, I'm gonna make a fucking counter for you guys. I'll go ahead and make a counter here. Myron, you're the GOAT. I got my wife's boyfriend making me sandwiches now. What the? Wait, what? Nigga, what? I'm so confused right now. Fire Jabbar said, like the fucking video. Appreciate that. Way the Kid. I got my wife's boyfriend making me sandwiches now. All right, nigga. All right, bro. You're just trolling now. Steve says, yo, Myron, I'm a truck driver in SoCal, sub to the OSS, and just want to say thank you for all the content. I drive a couple thousand miles per week, and it helps the day go by. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, punch.
Yeah, guys, that is the best way to support Myron. Look, ain't no way. Put a picture. What is this? World War III, everyone. North Korea will provide military support to Iran. Really? Really? That goes for Leonardo Joni, huh? Well, I guess dictators got to stay together, right?
Negotiation that ends in diplomacy. You don't just blow up the world. You end with a situation where, right, we have controlled enough strategic power on the battlefield to have leverage in this negotiation. But everything needs to end in diplomacy unless you want to go back to the neocon strategy of forever wars, where the West just profits from the destruction and death of as many people in the region. That's the
so
old
when I say
model.
there's no negotiation, I mean there's only one way that this ends successfully for the world, and that is the surrender, Israel surrendering. That's it. There's no other option now. Having a negotiation now in terms of, what we're going to do until
But
they have to surrender.
Israel, what I'm saying, when Israel surrenders, you won't know that they're surrendering, and Western media won't tell you that they have. Trump will paint it as a win. Israel will paint it as a win, because at the end of the day, they have to create a narrative, which is what we're seeing here right now, so that everybody can go back to their respective people and make it look like they won and they did what they needed. And that's you. There's not going to suddenly be this moment where, well, I don't think so anyway, where Israel puts up their hand. There's going to be a economic colonization activity of acquiring land and that being utilized by either the GCC or by American corporations. That's what Israel is. It's either going to be controlled.
Just some breaking news, guys. Sorry to interrupt. This is just in. Israeli airstrikes targeting Kangavar in I'm gonna butcher this. Kermanshah, and also hit Tabriz. And this is just breaking right now. The post is in the nest. Sorry to interrupt, Simon. Back to you.
Sorry, could you say that one more time? I missed it.
So apparently, just in Israeli strikes target Kangavar in Kermanshah and also hit in Tabriz. That's just breaking. So basically, Israel is striking areas in Iran.
I just wanted to give you another attempt at trying to pronounce those
Did I
names.
succeed? Because I think I did.
I've got no way to analyze it. I would have done a worse job.
Yeah, thanks for that, Simon. Damn, you got me. Okay, good. Guys, if you could just like and repost that, please. That's just breaking news right now. Sorry to interrupt, Simon.
No worries. I mean, my overarching thing is that the kind of the fantasy image that people have in these battles of what victory means and how someone declares victory and who wins. There's virtually no war in history where both one says we lost and you won. Like, you can go back to World War II and you can see the complete alternative narrative based upon a German version of events, a Russian version of events, and a Western version of events, and all of those are completely different. Even World War II, like Argentina released documents to say that Hitler didn't commit suicide, and he actually ended up in Argentina, and he was there for 20 years exerting operations with the West in order to allow for the drug trafficking trade and various other things. Like there's always a narrative or an alternative reality. Everything you're fed is just what you need to believe to comply with those that want you to comply with them and believe that you're the civilized people and you were the good people and they were the bad people. That's all media propaganda and history books are.
Yeah.
But I do agree that what's happening in Gaza is absolutely good versus evil. But here's the bitter pill for everybody to realize: that genocide that's happening in Gaza, the only reason that this is so big is because it's the first one that was documented. But this has been happening for hundreds of years in different regions around the world, and we never got a front seat with the Palestinians showing us what the impact of our financial warfare and currency warfare is on everyday people in the street. And have no doubt about it, what's happening in Gaza is a Holocaust, it's a stain on society. And anybody that sat here backing that up, your grandchildren and your children will listen to these recordings in the future and they will say, how the hell did you allow that to happen? And justify that terrorism and crimes against humanity in this Holocaust that we're witnessing right now, weaponizing starvation, famine, and civilian casualties, in a ruthless way. And if that's what, ends up, we saw a little bit of it in Lebanon, and if we're starting to see civilian casualties in Iran, it doesn't surprise me, because the IDF are the most immoral army in the world. And they have a complete supremacist ideology, and dehumanization is their methodology for justifying their crimes against humanity. And I can't imagine how they sleep well at night or how this ends well for them when they meet their makers.
Just some more breaking news. Pakistani Defense Minister Khawaja Asif. Israel is targeting Yemen, Iran, and Palestine. If the Islamic world doesn't unite now, we'll all face the same fate. Pakistan stands with Iran. Silence is no longer an option. I think that's a pretty strong statement right there, and I think that's a statement that we've been saying from the beginning. Sorry, Khaleesi, you want to jump in?
Yeah, no, I was going to say something, right? That is a strong statement, but you know what? Yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, but yesterday probably, all the days are merging into one. Anyway, over the last couple of days, whilst this war's going on between Israel and Iran, I seen a post, and it's of somebody who's not a politician in Pakistan, but he's probably a senior analyst / journalist, you know, so a recognized, a known name.
And guys, that is the number right there. Right now, we are 378 to the 10K strong. But, you know, the more of you guys join, the more we can take back our independence and truly be able to do what the fuck we want to do. All right? So the goal is to be 10K strong on the OSS. Okay? The OSS army is not going anywhere. We are fighting back against cancel culture and censorship. And, you know, I'm going to keep the dues low, man. Just, you can get them for $4. But $10 a month, and we are going to be fucking able to do what the fuck we want to do, travel, film. Obviously, bringing a production crew is very expensive, but that's kind of what I want to do, whether I got to bring Bills or these other guys. So we're going to take over, chat. We are going to take over.
But this is the mindset that these people have. And this is a statement that's given. It's a good statement, but I think it holds little water, because it's literally a couple of days ago that Trump said he sees Pakistan as an ally. And I didn't see Pakistan turn around and say, no, thank you very much. We do not want to be your ally. They are completely sunk in debt, and probably Simon knows more about this than I do, but IMF loan after IMF loan, they've got no choice. Somebody yesterday was saying, oh, Pakistan's got nukes, or if only, you know, they use their nukes. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's sad, but good statement. Yeah. And I'm glad that, you know, at least verbally they're coming on the right side. But yeah, I just don't think anything's going to come of this, to be honest. Let's see. I don't know, Simon, do you have any thoughts on this?
On Pakistan?
Yeah, just generally.
Yeah,
their
I think
statement.
it's good. I think it's good. It's good. You know, it's a good statement. It's the type of thing that should be shown right now. But you know, you have to understand that engaging in these types of conversations and these types of public statements, they seem like nothing. But in the background, they have severe economic consequences for a country, because essentially they're being asked to pick a side. And in picking a side, it has a series of implications. So, you know, countries have to act in the best interest of their people, unless they've been co-opted for corporate interest. And Pakistan is an example of one of those countries that has been fighting corporate interest and is stuck between proxy wars between China and the IMF, which is a representation of the corporations in America. So, you know, I mean, for them to make these statements, you know, they have to engage in a lot of diplomacy, and then they have to pick a side based upon what they think is the likely outcome. Because if you support, you know, it's like Germany right now, you know, they've been on the wrong side of two Holocausts. I know some people have different views around what the first Holocaust was. And so making those decisions. So, you know, when you get these statements from Pakistan and from a nuclear power, so we've had two nuclear powers. We've had we've had North Korea and we've had Pakistan. And what that essentially says is, Israel, forget any conversations around nukes. You're surrounded by nukes as well. So it kind of neutralizes any conversations around an Armageddon situation by the Samson option. So I think that's the purpose of these statements. And then to show public, you know, ethical and morale, because Iran has been on the wrong side of, and I'm not saying the IRGC are not engaged like every government in corruption and all sorts of activities which are questionable. But Iran has been a clear victim of the fake war on terror and a mass propaganda campaign over multi-decades to frame.
All right, so this is a pretty good page. Shows a lot of the stuff that's going on. Breaking Iranian missile, this 24 minutes ago. Iranian missile during its earlier attack struck a strategic area south of Tel Aviv. Reports of targeting highly sensitive centers. Ooh. Guys, anytime they use the term strategic, that means nuclear, by the way. FYI. Iraq files complaint with United Nations over Israel violating its airspace when it attacks Iran. Israel closed Ben Gurion airports until further notice. Scenes from Kermanshah, Iran, after Israel struck the missile base multiple times earlier. This is 28 minutes ago. Iranian scientists death toll at 9. Okay, they've killed 9 scientists, guys. These are all, you know, and obviously they're going to kill these scientists because they're the ones that are, you know, on the leading edge, honestly, of them getting nuclear weapons, potentially. Let me make sure I'm muted here. All right, cool. Let's see what else we got here. Breaking Iranian intelligence arrests 5 were caught photographing new air defense sites in Iran. They're accused of working with Mossad. Oh, them niggas are getting executed. Jordan, which announced it has closed its airspace for all aerial vehicles, allows Israeli jets and helicopters to continue intercepting drones launched from Iraq. Iran threatens to act against any nation who allows Israel to use its airspace to intercept Iranian projectiles. Iran threatens to act against any, yep, that was from before, that's an hour ago. Israeli airstrikes against Bushehr, south coastal Iran. We talked about that earlier. The Pat to Iran, okay, chief of staff. Smoke fumes across Tabriz, northwest Iran, indicating multiple Israeli impacts. So yeah, the bombing is continuing. If you hear Israel's no concern in USA, remember 700,000 Americans live in Israel. That is equivalent to a full House district. More Americans here than in any other country except Mexico. Iran isn't just attacking Israel, but your fellow Americans live there. Shut the fuck up, Mike Huckabee, bitch ass nigga. You trying to get us to? They don't have to live in Israel, bro. They live in. I don't know why they live in Israel. They're safer in the U.S. than being here, being in Israel. Elon Musk responds to a post by Mark Levin calling Musk's Starlink to be turned on in Iran for the Iranian people to cause a possible regime change. Musk says the beams are on. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Multiple Israeli arrivals at Kermanshah, Iran. This was an hour ago. More scenes from Tabriz, northwest Iran. An hour ago, Israel's begun striking Iranian energy. So yeah, lots of shit going on, chat.
Other stuff as well for surveillance.
I am getting a little bit tired though, chat. I'm probably going to sleep in like the next hour or so. And by the way, we are at almost 400 guys of the 10K for the Army. We're at 379. So I'll probably jump on stream tomorrow too, bro. Fuck it. The grind continues, man. The grind continues, ninjas. I might play some Marvel with Chris. You guys down to watch some Marvel with Chris? I might play some Marvel Rivals with Chris and Chinaman as well. I'll do it on Kick. I'll move everybody over to Kick and we'll go play over there for a bit. So. And I want to thank all my mods. You know, all you guys, man. Jake the Mullet, Josie, Spear, Jabril, Roman, Broski, Jacob, Brett, obviously my guy, Wyron Gaines, Alex. Shout out to all you guys, man. I'm following all you niggas on Twitter right now. So, shout out to you guys, man. I really appreciate your guys' help. I'll unmute the space real quick. I'll be right back, ninjas. But yeah, I think I might stay on and play some Marvel with Chris because I am a little tired, so I'll use that to go to sleep. So,
to work with Israel and destroying the brand of Zionism was a massive, massive achievement. And if anyone played any role in that by joining spaces, disseminating misinformation, you know, retweeting, it may sound like us with virtually zero power are doing nothing, but in its collective, it is very, very unpopular and can cost you economically through boycotting and share price to work with Israel. And people should continually engage in those efforts. Always think about what you're doing with your money. If your money is investing in Palantir, you are investing and profiting from the destruction of your own people and the Middle East. Just be a bit conscious around what you're doing with your money. And profits do change behaviors. Share prices do change behaviors. And negative branding does change behaviors. So always engage in those activities. And Zionism as a brand is destroyed. It's got no brand value, and it's connected with the modern day Holocaust.
Agree, Simon. Agree, absolutely. Let's go to MQ. I saw that I had you blocked for good reason, I'm assuming, but I unblocked you so you could speak because I didn't want you to get kicked out when I took co-host. Go ahead, MQ.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks. I don't know why you were blocked or why you blocked me, but anyway, I can't recollect.
I've got a good idea why, but let's not go there. But go ahead. What would you like to say?
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Well, actually, I do agree with you with what you just said about Pakistan, and that's what I wanted to come and speak about. Really, I know the statement has come from the Defence Secretary, but the situation in Pakistan is very military based because Pakistan is currently being, I don't know how much you know, but
You know, I know, MQ, which is why I had you blocked. What I don't want to do is make this into an IK space. It is not about that. I don't want to go into that. We know we've held some of the biggest spaces on India versus Pakistan when the whole thing was happening between them. We know what the situation in Pakistan is. It's not military now. It's been military for a long time. And it is always the military that decides who gets elected or selected, actually. And that applied to IK equally as it does to every other prime minister. So we know that, but that wasn't the point. This is very much about Iran, America, the relationship with America, and the countries that are speaking up either for or against Israel or for or against Iran. So in that context, do you want to add anything?
Yes, and that's what I was going to say. It's not about IK. I didn't really mention his name, but anyway, what I'm trying to say is that Pakistan is being led by a military dictator, Munir. So he is very inclined and very.
There you go. Back again in Pakistan. Munir, right, he was your chief of army staff and then he got promoted because he'd done a massively fantastic job doing bish bash bosh to India. And if you're going to sit here and slate him, you're in the wrong space, right? He's not a dictator. Pakistan's a military state, and it's been a military state for a long time. Nothing's changed. You're only calling him a dictator because PTI telling you to call him a dictator. You know why I had you blocked, MQ. See, the thing is, you guys could just not be honest, right? You know exactly who I am. You know why I had you blocked. You know the history between us. Do not make this space about Pakistan. I don't want to know about who in Pakistan rules what. I want to know what your thoughts are about Iran and Israel and whether you think as a country, without discussing your internal politics, as a country, you don't sound Pakistani, as in you sound British. But anyway, I speak on behalf of Britain and say I condemn what Keir Starmer's doing. I don't go into the Tories and, the Labour Party and all of this. It's just about a country's position. So you can talk about the country's position and then you can talk about what actually is going on in terms of Iran and Israel.
Okay, yes, thanks for unmuting me now. Yes, so if I talk about myself, yes, I think Iran has every right to defend itself, and that's where we stand, absolutely. And whatever's happening in Palestine, completely condemn, obviously, for obvious reasons. But what I was trying to say was that people in Pakistan have not been allowed to protest for Palestine.
Oh my God. That is not true. See, do you know what the problem?
All right, guys. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to stay on a little bit longer for you guys. I will stay on a little bit longer. I am tired, but I'll stay on. The show goes on, niggas. The show goes on. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to move to kick. All right, guys. We are going to move to kick. Yeah, we're gonna move to kick, ninjas. All right. I'm gonna drop the kick link for you guys. Let me make sure I read all the super chats before I make any moves anywhere. OSS chat shits on whatever the others see. I feel richer. I feel like richer here. Hey, I'll tell you guys this, man. With the OSS, you guys get all your chats read. So shout out to you niggas, man. Mine, I buy the OSS annual, but Council Club still says I'm not a supporter. Can you please fix this? That's weird. Nigga's name is Levy Israel. Bro, you guys be trolling, bro. Yeah, I guess I got to talk with Noble about that. You are, so I don't know, man. I mean, it depends on the Council Club. I'll have to get with Noble. I appreciate you, Myron, my ninja. Bless up to the FNF crew. Stay safe, people. Gorillas in the gym. Appreciate you, Vasanti. Axe says, I've been watching your content for years. It is lit. You helped me turn my shit around and even got the wife watching you now, too. Finally woken up to this crazy world. Much love. Thank you, brother. Yo, congratulations on you and your wife, bro. Congratulations. That's a big fucking deal, and I'm honored that I was able to help you find her. You know, I hope she doesn't divorce you or do anything stupid like that. So if you're watching him, if you're watching right now, make him a sandwich. Let's see what else we got here. Hey, Myron, in the process of opening up my shop in SoCal, can I make you an OSS Glock 26? Oh, shit. Yo, that is lit. Look at this picture, chat, that he has here. Well, yeah, let me show them this picture that they got here. This is pretty fucking awesome, dude. Holy shit. Let me show the chat here. Look at this fucking pic, man. This shit is litty, man. Let me show y'all this, man. Look at that. We the people. That is fucking awesome, dude. I might want to get, hey, man, I might take you up on that offer, bro. I might take you up on that offer, sir. Join the OSS. Well, you're in the OSS. All right, yeah, we'll work something out. Work something out, Zach. You really are building an army. This is an honor. All right. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Let's go back here, see what they're talking about in this thing.
Hezbollah, if they could, they would. So apart from these...
So don't worry, guys. I'm still going to cover political stuff, but I just want to move everybody over to Kick. So, guys, I'm dropping the Kick link in here. We're going to stay live on Kick and the OSS. Those are the two streams that are going to stay up. Don't worry. OSS stream, you guys are staying up. I'm just going to move everyone from Rumble and YouTube over to Kick. Kick.com/Myron Gaines, guys. Okay. Myron Gaines X Ninjas is the name. So come on over, guys. Come on over. I gave y'all 3 hours, 4.5 hours actually, on Rumble and YouTube. Okay. So come on over, guys, to Kick. Come on over to Kick. I got 4,000 plus you guys. Bro, we got a lot of you guys watching at fucking 6:30 in the morning, man. Let's go, baby. We cooking. Come on over to Kick, guys. Come on over to Kick. All right. Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Can I not turn... Oh, if I end this shit. All right, so what I'll have to do, I know what I have to do here. Okay, I have to get off a Rumble, I think. But it won't let me like end the Rumble stream manually, which is kind of gay actually. Hold on, maybe I can end it manually. Oh, I can, I think. Okay, all right, niggas. I'm gonna be doing an experiment, okay? We're gonna do an experiment here. I hope it works. I hope it works. But I'm gonna end the Rumble live stream, and hopefully that shouldn't end the Kick stream. Or sorry, the OSS stream. Oh, and I'm gonna get off of Twitter as well. If you guys are watching on Twitter, oh shit, I forgot. I completely forgot about you Twitter niggas. Hold on one sec, Twitter niggas. I got you right now, bro. Holy shit. I forgot that I'm live on Twitter right now, too. Let me go in here. All right, Twitter guys. Let me go ahead and give you guys the link as well. Bruh. Close this shit. Twitter sucks for live streaming. Holy fuck, man. Shit's trash. It's loading right now. God damn. Okay. All right. So I'm going to end the Twitter stream right now. Okay. All right, Twitter guys, come on over to Kick. Come on over to Kick, guys. I'm going to end the Twitter stream right now. All right. Love you guys, but ending Twitter right now. Come on over. Also ending Castle Club. Boom. All right. Save that. That should fix things. So Twitter should be done now. Sweet. Okay. Twitter's done. Now, the moment of truth. We are going to switch. I'm going to turn off the YouTube stream now next. YouTube stream is going down. Guys, if you guys are watching on Twitter, on YouTube, come on over to Kick right now, ninjas. Come on over to Kick. All right, guys? Time to come on over to Kick, my ninjas. All right? I'm ending the YouTube stream now. Why the fuck is this shit not refreshing? Bear with me, guys. I got a lot of screens here. If you guys saw all these screens, you guys would see what the hell I'm talking about, man. Look at my Instagram story and you can see it actually. Look at my Instagram story right now, Fed Reacts. You guys can see all the fucking screens on this bitch. It's so confusing, dude. Hold on, chat. My fucking computer's acting fucking retarded now all of a sudden. Come on over to Kick, niggas. Why is YouTube? Look, it's like they almost don't want me to get off. Pause. All right, you know what? Let me just fucking go on YouTube again. Oh, shit. Look at this, chat. Fox Live right now.
Baghdad outside of the U.S. Embassy around this time yesterday. Right now on live.
I'm here outside the Situation Room at the Israeli Embassy in Washington. This war did not begin last night. It began on October 7th when an Iranian proxy...
Oh my God, bro! These fucking Zionists always start the conflict at October 7th. These fucking guys, bro. Never fails, these niggas, bro. Never fails.
Across the Gaza envelope and slaughtered 1,200 of our civilians.
No, the IDF slaughtered a bunch of those civilians. It was not just Hamas. Bro, the Israeli propaganda is fucking crazy. Now watch them start talking about that beheaded babies. All right, niggas, we got to get off YouTube. I'm about to go fucking off on this guy. Come to Kick, guys. Come to Kick so I can say what the fuck I want to say. Come to Kick right now, niggas. Come to Kick right now. Okay? Dropping a link for you guys on YouTube. Come on over. This nigga already lying and it's fucking 6:30 in the morning on a fucking Saturday. Come on over right now, guys. I'm going to end the YouTube stream. All right? I'm ending the YouTube stream on YouTube right now. What the fuck? Bro. It's fucking... Sorry. Chat. Okay, there we go. Go in the control room. All right. I'm ending it right now, guys. Come on over. Come on over, my ninjas. I'm ending it on YouTube now. Link is right here. Pinning it for you guys as well. Come to Kick now. Bam. And I'm pinning it for you niggas. You guys got 4.5 hours on YouTube for free. These fucking assholes robbing me, and it's them boys as well on YouTube that run this shit. So I'm ending YouTube right now, guys. Love you guys. Come on over to either joinoss.locals.com or kick.com/MyronGainsX. We'll be up on Rumble a little bit longer. Rumble niggas, we're going to be up a little bit longer. But YouTube, we're getting off now. Come on over, guys. Kick.com/MyronGainsX. See me over there, or rumble.com/MyronGainsX. Either or, you pick. You can watch on Rumble or on Kick for the next bit. So come on over. All right. Cool.